meeting to order. Any items for the public? If not, then I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, if there's no modifications or changes to the agenda for Thursday, February the 4th, I move we approve.
Motion's been made, seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? Okay. Mr. Davis, you have 2 internal budget revisions?
Yes, sir. I have 2 internal budget revision requests for the council's consideration, both submitted by Sheriff Harmon, and both for Department 700, which is one of the law enforcement budgets. The first request is Sheriff Harmon's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 341, supplies and materials, by $1,500. Current unencumbered fund balance is $86,308.39, with 40.14% spent to date. An increased line 223 professional services by $1,500. That account currently has a deficit balance of $482.73. The next request from Sheriff Harmon again is to reduce line 341 supplies and materials by $100, and increase line 212 printing by $100. That account currently has a deficit balance of $100.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Davis? All right, moving on to change of status. We have a change of status received from Brian Ross, Director of Engineering for Roy Tucker. He is receiving a certification increase for completing commercial building inspector course. His salary will go from $39,884 to $40,384 effective February 1st, 2021. Letter of resignation received from the Central Dispatch for Ashley Jones effective January 29th, 2021. Letter of resignation received from the County Clerk's Office for Amy Jones effective February 1st, 2021. Letter of resignation received from the Council Office for Chad Shipley effective February 12th, 2021. Any questions on the change of status? We have January 21st minutes for approval. Any changes or corrections on those? All of us were present. If not, we're moving on to county council calendars. We'll be here for Board of Review and Equalization on Tuesday the 9th. We'll be back in the chambers at 9:30 a.m. On the 11th, and 2 p.m. for Board of Review and Equalization. And actually, we're in session today at 2 o'clock as well for Board of Review and Equalization. On the Board of Commissions, we have on Monday, we have on the 8th, we have a 2 p.m. LEPC, 4 p.m. Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, 5 p.m. Water District, 6 p.m. Airport Authority, 6 p.m. Farmland Protection. Tuesday the 9th, we have at 2 p.m. Central Dispatch. Wednesday the 10th, 9:30 a.m. Development Authority, 6 p.m. Roundhouse Authority, and Thursday on the 11th, Fire Board at 6:30 p.m. Any changes or corrections on those?
When the 21st went out of the 20th? So, we need to pull that.
Yeah, we need to pull that out. If he was appointed, he wasn't sworn in until the 22nd. So let's back up to the minutes and entertain a motion to accept the minutes for the 4 of us that were here.
Second.
The motion was made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We have a resolution in support of the application for fiscal year 2021 from West Virginia Community Corrections Grant. Any questions on that one?
Mr. Zaya is here if you need.
We have a canceled check request from the County Clerk's Finance Office. Any questions on the canceled check? And we also have a bond reduction for Highlands of the Potomac, Amberfield, Section 6, Phase 1, Llama and file number is 808 -168. Berkeley County number, or I got PC number, let me say it that way, is 058-14. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. So just so everybody knows, Brian, I think that one, the 14 means the year of 2014, is that correct? Any questions on the bond reduction? If not, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion's been made, do I have a second? Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Hess, good morning, sir. You have 2 real estate tax exonerations due to all taxpayer error.
Good morning.
Good morning.
They do, but they're for the same thinker.
Okay,
Mr. Albert, he purchased the property back in 17, I think. Of course, we send out letters when we get a transfer. We send out a letter to ask the new buyer what they're going to be doing with the property. They'll be renting it, or they'll be living in it. We did not receive anything back from Mr. Hopkins. It happened to be a property that was in the higher tax class when he purchased it. And without written notice from either the buyer or the seller, or, we won't change the tax class unless we have something in writing. Because it doubles the tax rate one way or the other. So we're real careful about that. We did find out.
but he was notified.
Yes, we sent a letter out to Mr. Hopkins. He said he didn't receive it. Yeah, that could happen. I mean, I think it also may know that stuff happens.
You don't send it certified or registered.
We do not. No. And,
How many of these letters do you send out a year?
well, depends on,
I mean, average.
transfers, 100. We've had, I don't have a sheet with you. We've had more transfers this year than we did last year, and last year than we did the year before that. I mean, the county's growing, it's just like our personal property records. Our files are getting full, we have to buy new cabinets, we have no place to even put these things, it just keeps growing. There's a lot of transfers, and there's enormous amount of sales, and properties being sold, so,
Yeah, I see the fees generated by it the other day.
yeah, it's happening. Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Could we not develop a website, Mr. Hess, to where, well, actually, we have a website, I guess, that anybody can go into our website and see the class that somebody's paying. I mean, I would think that there's some people out there that would probably say, hey, my neighbor is renting this house, why are they getting class 2 tax bill?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happened. And we make up a change card, we send somebody out to check it out. Every time we get notifications.
Even with the vehicles as well. And we do have, the sheriff has I think has talked to you about working on trying to get personal property under control on vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, we started, when Curtis was there, we started working with, out-of-state tags. Out-of-state tags.
Right.
And so we've been collecting out-of-state tags, sending them to Curtis, and what they do is do a run on the tag and find out who owns it. We can't search
Right,
it that way,
right.
so.
Sheriff
They
Department.
they pass that information back to us, and we check to see if that person owns the property or, not. And if they do, we contact them and
Yeah.
make sure that they're aware that they have to do.
And no even cross-reference to who the or who the vehicle's registered to. I would say they would even know who the vehicle would be registered to.
Well, that's what we checked out.
So do we have, a couple of years ago, we was talking about software program to be able to cross-reference our planning and engineering, school board, people registered to put their kids in school, and your assessor's office. Is that developed yet?
None that I know of, but it'd be a good thing to have. Yeah, that's one of the things with out-of-state tags. if you have a child, you register in school, so you go to register your child at school. And if they say you live at 102 John Street or whatever, they don't verify that. They should have a copy of their registration when they put their kids in school. It will catch a lot of that, because one of the big problems is people coming, dropping their kids off without a state tax. That's one of the biggest things we do all the time. I don't think the school board checks that out when they register the children. And I think that would stop a lot of that.
Or when the child's, signed up for school, it throws your office a red flag.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I mean,
We can catch a lot of them.
right.
Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind that those, not everybody that does that is doing it wrong.
That's correct.
You know, some people could have leased vehicles, some people
Yep.
could have, company vehicles, and they work out of state, whatever, so there is.
It's
That's why
very
you have to
hard.
check the registration.
It's very hard to track things down. It takes a lot of time. And I've worked on it for years, in the last 7 years, trying to track these things down. You said, we got our appraisers dropping tickets, we got tickets, notification on windshields, asking them if they live there, they respond back to us. But they'll tell you anything, and you can't check it.
Well,
You can't
it takes,
verify it.
it takes 3 people to make this possible. The assessor, which is you, the school board, and the sheriff.
Yeah.
We know that you're publicly saying you're on board. We know that the sheriff has publicly said he was on board. So it's all about, and the only person that we gotta talk to, which I know his answer's all the same always, is whatever you need. And that's Gary Wine's office. Other than that, that's the 4 entities, and there's no escaping that.
Well, I think it's a good idea. But getting back to Mr. Hoffman, we did find out in 2019 that this was an owner-occupied property, and we switched it back to Class 2 for tax year 2020. And so it's been corrected 2020, it's also corrected this year, so it's been corrected since then. But Mr. Hoffman feels that he shouldn't have to pay taxes for tax year 2018 and 2019. And so that's the reason I wrote this up as taxpayer error, because I have to, because we didn't make a mistake. If the assessor's office don't make a mistake, I have to put taxpayer error on it. And I think is Mr. Hoffman here?
Mr. Hoffman was here, he can explain the situation. It was always an owner-occupied, it just, the foreclosure with the bank. Took a 1 year, the bank ended it. And I think he's here to explain.
Yeah, you can come up forward, Mr. Hockman.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Good morning.
So, as Mr. Hess explained, purchased the property in 2017, actually from the seller. We bought it from the bank, flipped it, I bought it from him. Realized shortly after, mortgage goes up, so, escrow, I had to pay a big difference when it's $150 a month. So I went to the tax office, explained the situation. Basically told I have to contact my mortgage, goes through my mortgage. Me not knowing any better that I was possibly paying in a higher tax bracket, they go on another 2 years. So after doing a little more research recently, realized my neighbors paying a lot less. I noticed I'm paying basically double. And like I said, now I did not receive a letter. I certainly would have returned it if I did. I guess I guess I'm on the mercy of the court here. Basically paid in a class 3 on, and it's never rental. It was never foreclosed as I occupied residence.
We're very familiar with how it works. The year after you bought it, you would have been paying class 3.
Okay.
Because their tax bills are a year behind.
Yes, sir.
But at the same time, historically, we can listen to these cases every week. I didn't get it. Yeah, typically, I'll be honest with you, when it's a taxpayer error like this, there's nothing we can do about it. But, yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to make sure that Mr. Hess sent the letter out. And, you know, I'm sorry, in my opinion, but we'll see what the council wants to do.
I understand, and the only thing else I'll say is, I understand you sent a letter. My question would be, how did you realize that, I was in a class 2 without ever receiving a letter? What made you correct the error? Obviously something was a red flag that, I wasn't a bank, you know? So, that's my, maybe it's my fault, maybe it's both our faults, but I'm just, you know, trying to make it right, pay on the double, so.
It's the same way with a vehicle. If you sell a vehicle and you don't take it off, you get taxed for it. That's taxpayer error. So very similar. We can't be responsible for filling out all the taxes for everybody.
Mr. President, is there an opportunity for a tax credit to be applied towards him in the future?
If it was their mistake,
That's assessor's mistake.
the assessor's mistake.
But still, we can't verify that he did actually receive the letter, and not knowing how the tax structure is.
I think it's very clear, from what I understand from Mr. Hess, that there is information out there of how our tax structure is. And the council wants to open up this box, and you're gonna have a lot of people say, I never got the letter. You're gonna have a lot of people say, I didn't know that I was paying class 3 when I should have been paying class 2. I'm just saying. It's gonna, the last one we did, the explanation we gave was because his office said, since it was a stucco construction, they thought it was a contractor that owned the house, that was operating the business out of. That's how that got done, because they actually put the wrong thing down. I can see the same thing again. If you do this, people comes in and it's going to say, well, I made a mistake and I didn't take the vehicle off my personal property tax. You're going to give them credit? Can't do it all. Can't do it. I'm telling you, it's a nightmare.
Well, and it obviously it will escalate to who cares about filling the paperwork out? Because if there's no consequence for not filling the paperwork out properly and keeping track of what you're paying, supposed to be paying, then why fill it out anyway? You can always go back if you allow to an exception every time somebody says, oh, I didn't get it, then what's the incentive to fill the paperwork out and do what you're supposed to do?
I felt the same way when I first got here. Matter of fact, we started talking about the taxpayer error, and I soon had to change it back. And we didn't agree on anything like this, but it was, you know, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I was warned that it wasn't gonna work. It didn't.
Similar thing with farm exemption. You know, you have a time frame to do it.
Huh? Where's the deadline? That's good.
Yeah, right. And, you know, people, you know, we've had people argue the same point. Well, I didn't get a letter. I didn't know that it was going to happen, you know? Unfortunately.
We'll take our vote, sir. Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I would maybe suggest that you spend certified mail.
Well, I asked the question, that's why, of course, he said how many thousands?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. All right. Entertain a motion on the 2 real estate tax exonerations due to taxpayer error.
Mr. President, I move to accept the 2 tax exonerations for taxpayer error in the amount of $2846.01.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any nays?
And
All right, let the let the, minutes show that the motion failed.
So, what you're saying is you're approving it, but that's.
Well, sometimes we make a positive motion, sometimes we make a
Oh,
negative motion.
Well,
We're told,
Mr. President, I'm on the negative motion then.
okay, so you voted for it,
Yes, sir.
okay, so it's a 4-1.
Yeah, if I may make a comment, you know, it is the responsibility of the taxpayer to notify us. If, you know, we don't know if that property was purchased by somebody else that was going to continue to rent it. So just, you know, we don't know unless somebody notifies us to take it out of that place.
Right, and even a real estate closing attorney doesn't want to get involved in that, because everybody and their brother would say, well, I'm gonna live there, and then all of a sudden the paperwork gets turned in that they're gonna live
And the
there.
real estate people also want to bring their issues.
Well, they can't, because they,
Well, then the homeowner, then the purchaser could go back and say it was the realtor's fault, it wasn't my fault. So, you know, it's a tough situation, it really is. I mean, it's a tough situation, and I'm sure there's people out there that don't realize that they even have to do that it's not done automatically.
Yeah.
But,
And that's this case.
but if,
Yeah, it's an honest mistake. I mean, you know, if things do get lost in the mail, I can't, disagree with that.
but the code is,
Still,
it's still the taxpayer's responsibility.
Yeah, we send out personal property returns every year to everybody for an automobile. If they don't get it in the mail, they still need to report their vehicle. I mean, it's just, you have to do.
so and your service is a courtesy to try to remind them of
Yes.
what they need to do, not an obligation to make sure that they know what they need to do. That's their responsibility.
Okay, that's all I have today. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Mr. President, we do have a bid opening at 10 o'clock.
All right, sorry, Mr. Barnhart, you're gonna
Oh,
have
man.
to go in and pause.
Gee,
All right, we have a bid opening for emergency vehicle outfitting as equipment. I guess this is for the 29 or 30 cruisers that we have. How did the outfitting go on the two?
As the council is aware, you did authorize the purchase of 30 2021 Ford Explorer police interceptors, which we typically would have outfitted by outside vendors. The decision has been made with the endorsement of the council that we will try to outfit those vehicles internally, so that the bid opening that you have before you is for equipment and materials only. If the RFP was distributed electronically, it was placed on our website, it was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal. We have certification of publication on file, and in your packet indicating that it was a Class 1 legal ad on January 27th, 2021. The deadline for bid submission was 4 o'clock yesterday, and we received 4 bids. So, all right, Gary.
All right, bid number 1 is from Atlantic Emergency Solutions out of Manassas, Virginia. Individual vehicle pricing is $6,617.88. A total for 29 vehicles is $191,918.52. Atlantic Emergency Solutions, Manassas, Virginia. The next one. The next one is per car total. I don't know who put the bid in. Would be public safety equipment. West Virginia Public Safety Equipment. Price per call $11,070.44. Total for 29 vehicles is $321,082.76. Pretty drastic difference.
Sounds like it's small.
Let's hope so.
All right, next one, Priority Install LLC, Gaithersburg, Maryland. Which is on install force before. Vehicle pricing per vehicle is $10,240.01. Total for 29 vehicles is $296,960. $296,960.21.
Maybe first guy using clean service.
They're just delivering parts, we're doing
Alright, the fourth and last one. PAR Public Safety out of Galloway, Ohio. Price per vehicle is $11,135.83. Total for 29 vehicles is $322,939.07. So all three of them are pretty close to line, other than the one.
Historically, we've seen those numbers come in about 13.7 installed.
Installed.
Our model that we thought we were going to see is correct. You know, if you take even that below, you're at $2,500 per car, times 30. It's opportunity. It should be plus support. I think it still makes sense. You asked about the two in possession canines. They're tore apart at Baltimore Street. We're still waiting on parts. This stuff is anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to delivery. So the canine kennels are en route. We have some parts, but the kennels are priority in this because once they get them, we can't get to the table now. So there's shelves right now. So this bid was inclusive of everything minus a few proprietary parts that we won't have to bid. So the summary that will come back to the council will be this review plus the other sole source purchases for a lump sum price.
It's about $90,000 since the installation costs at $3,000 per car.
Right.
And how long do you think it would take you to do that?
A year.
A year?
A year. And that would be the same expectation to be with a contractor, unless we spread it across multiple. So, and some of in those costs, we don't have the transportation costs to and from vendors that wouldn't be included in the parts only. So
Yeah, because I was thinking it was like 16,000 per vehicle, but I'm wrong.
it depends on whether or not we have possession of the in-car cameras and we move them from car to car. If we were not, it is 16 per. That's not every vehicle. The council last calendar year, I believe, if not the year prior, you approved the purchase and we're unified with all of the existing fleet in-car camera systems. We'll be taking it from the old ones to the new ones. So that's right around just under $5,000 per car.
The good thing about 750 Baltimore Street, there's ramps in there so you can store them all inside.
You can, yeah, it'll be cool ones then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a great place to have it. So we'll keep you posted and get back to you with something.
We did receive notification that the vehicles will be delivered in June, sometime mid to late June.
Is that right? That's good.
And we just got that last week.
Yeah, and this, I mean, if we get these back to you next week, that's mid-February or mid-April, so it'll start to come together. We think we can, once we get it done, with parts and everything available, we should be able, hopefully, maybe even shave it down to 8 weeks if we can. So, but the fleet's in good shape. If you remember the conversation when the council approved these purchases, the plan's in place to take out of service, put in service. And
18 months out.
that's right. So it should work. It should work fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Back to Mr. Barnhart. What'd you do this week?
Actually, had no meetings this week, but last week, before you cut off our meeting report, I had 3 meetings scheduled within 2 hours, and I did make 2 of them,
Okay.
and I'm pretty damn proud of myself.
So you got anything to say about the
What were
meeting?
they, Zoom, you just went from?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, 2 of them were Zoom, 1 of them was actual. I went to the 2 Zoom. One was the
Went to the two.
2 Zoom.
He went
one
from
was-
his kitchen to his dining room.
No, actually from Mary Jane's house. First one was the Board of Health, which I go to Mary Jane's house and we broadcast in thing. And of course, they all had one word: vaccinations, because they're busting their butt to get these done.
Making national news, right? Being the best
Oh,
state
yeah.
in the nation.
Well, I've had my first shot.
Mhm.
I'm waiting for, I guess next week we'll get the second shot,
Yeah.
and I got that at the health department.
I told them make sure they give you a special
Yeah,
one.
well, they did, man, it was so. And then after that, I went to the extension service meeting where they all review what they do, that kind of stuff. That went pretty good, though my, this thing, which is supposed to be Zoom, actually turns out doesn't work. Doesn't project the audio. Good pictures, but no audio.
We got another one coming,
Yeah,
replacement.
yeah, but they're waiting on parts. No cable parts.
Look at the nice one Eddie and Dan's got.
Yeah.
Look at that little one you got.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm getting a new one, but they're waiting for parts.
And Jim, yeah.
Well, Jim's supposed
Must
to
be
get
the
one
Jim
too.
to Jim show.
Yeah, Jim's supposed to get one too. So, that's my report. I'm sticking to it. Sticking. to it.
Well, the problem is if you get another one, you'll have to spend a year figuring out how
Oh,
to
yeah.
try to
Oh,
operate it.
yeah, I know that, but
Those look like
All right,
I got people.
Mr.
I got
Delia.
people doing it.
I just got my board appointments last week. I have not attended it.
Okay, Mr. Whitaker.
I didn't have any meetings, but I did attend a new small business opening out at the industrial park. It's a USA Insulation,
Oh, yeah.
and it's a product that they go in and they spray in the foam. They actually extract all the blown insulation out of the attic. They can do injection foam as well as new construction as replacement construction. It's pretty high efficiency product they got there. So USA Insulation.
One time I was checking into it about insulating the ceiling in houses, and they actually, rather than doing that, they actually insulate the roof.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
The rafters and
My house in Michigan, my house that I built in Michigan 10 years ago, when I built that house up there, I shot 6 inches of high density foam in the roof, and it felt like it was solid enough walking on that roof. You could run a loader over it. When the winds come off the lake and it would hit that house, you normally, if you hear movement and cracking, and like that house was solid. And then we netted all the walls, the 6-inch walls, netted all the walls and blew all the walls with netted. And I had R40, you get 7.2 or something per inch in high density foam. And then on the walls, the 6-inch, we had R23 in the walls on the 6-inch. And that house in Michigan, of course, when I was there, the heat would go up, but when I wasn't there, the heat always stayed at between 50 and 60 degrees, and it cost me $35 a month with a gas furnace.
Amazing.
But it was.
there's two types of there's a closed cellular and an open cellular that they use, and it depends on, gives you the different R values.
Well, and not only that, the difference is if you're gonna shoot it against the OSB, you can't use an open cell.
Right.
Because if you use an open cell, it breathes and it'll allow the bottom of the OSB to gain moisture and rot. So if you use the closed cell, it doesn't allow any moisture to it. A lot of times what I'll do when I build a house is we put the drywall in, do the drywall on the ceiling, and we'll shoot an inch or two on that and then put the insulation over it. What it does is it just seals the whole cavity so that no air can get through. And it does an amazing job, even even with the blown insulation, but, it's like, I was paying, last one I did is around $1, a square foot per inch.
And you will get that back in your energy savings quickly.
Absolutely, no, absolutely, that's one of the best things you can do, to save money on, your utility costs.
Yep.
To do that.
My last project, 1,100 square feet, and 600 some square foot garage, and the electric bill is $42 to $63 a month. With 12-foot ceilings. So it's round.
So that was my not meetings, but that was what, I thought it was pretty
Where
impressive
is it?
product.
Where is it?
It is in these new warehouses along,
Flex
industrial
station.
flex space there that belong to AT&T, right beside Rudders and,
Yeah.
and between Rudders and Procter & Gamble in that area right there, right on the end unit.
Mr.
Well, I'm
Goker,
glad they lease, starting to lease the building.
Yes.
Mr. President, the planning commission meeting, which, things are pretty busy, and there's a lot going on there. Just had the public hearing for the paper station logistics park for the warehousing. I had a sewer board meeting. They're continually working on the expansion of services to the Timberwalk area off of Rock Fifth, and right now they're into the rock hard big time.
they've been in the rod.
Yes, sir.
That's
And they
why.
say-
Hence the name
That's why it was
Rock
never
Cliff.
done before.
And it is, and they say it is hard,
They're
so,
grinding it.
yes.
So
They're
I
at
told them,
56% completion on that project. And Forest Heights wastewater treatment plant, once the weather clears, will be able to do their final grading and fencing in that area. And then, of course, after that was the stormwater meeting. Kind of brief.
Where are they on the, modified permit on the MS4? Did they talk about that at all?
They did briefly, and they're still waiting on.
replies.
Yeah, Curtis has not yet received that back.
So the hang up is the DEP?
I think so.
Alright,
It's 2 years they're waiting.
And
Yeah,
I,
but we
and I
just
could
went-
be wrong.
we just went down and talked to the deputy secretary of DEP about 6 months ago,
Yeah.
which is now the secretary. And it was a very productive, very meaningful meeting. It was one of the deals that we were looking through the windshield instead of the rearview mirror. And, they gave us the impression, which we know, the further you go off into government, nothing happens overnight. That it was very possible to have that permit modified. So, I'll check back into it sometime here in the near future, see where we're at. Didn't have, I don't think I've had any board meeting reports to report on, but I've been very, very busy. I guess the one thing that the ambulance authority met last week, and I was not able to attend because I was at another meeting. I haven't heard anything that came out of that meeting. I was there for a couple minutes and I had to leave because I had a 7 o'clock with the Fire Association down in Bennington. Had a meeting with the Fire Association last night, worked through some things. I think it was a very productive meeting, and we'll be moving forward with new language and legislators on that. Took a while, but we'll stay optimistic and we'll keep moving in the right direction to better serve the people of Berkeley County. That's all I have to report. Board and commission vacancies.
Yes, sir. The reappointment letter was received from Mary Jo Ye, and I'd like to make a motion to reappoint her to the fire board.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Let the record show Mr. Zellier abstained and a 4-0 vote.
And there was a application received from John Christensen, for the planning commission. Do we want to bring him for a interview?
Okay, great. Second one for interview. Is that what you want to do, Mr. Gopinath?
Yes.
None bid openings. Next on our agenda is Mr. Lawrenson, Fiduciary Supervisor of State Accounts for the month of February. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Julian, good to see you again.
You as well.
Council, we have 34 estates for settlement. We also have a hearing that I'd like to bring up for scheduling. First, for the settlements, the estate of Annette Elizabeth Albert, the estate of Gary Wayne Arnold, the estate of Harold Edward Bartz, the estate of Della Mae Asore, the estate of Jean B. Bennett, aka Betty Jean Russell, the estate of Anna Bell Akers Berry, aka Anna Bell Akers, the estate of William M. Brocky, aka William Brocky, estate of Jennifer Ashton Butler, estate of Julia Helen Kammer, the estate of Larry Eugene Carper, the estate of Daniel W. Cheek, aka Daniel Wayne Cheek, the estate of Daniel Nelson Cooper, the estate of Charles Costello, aka Charles W. Costello, the estate of Robert W. Deeds, the estate of Joe L. Favors, the estate of Peggy Jane Fisher, the estate of June Whitaker Folk, the estate of Ray Wesley Gano, aka Ray Gano, the estate of Carrie Patrick Hall, the estate of Marvin Brady S., the estate of Bergie Creel James, the estate of Winifred May Jenkins, the estate of Lee Ann Keller, the estate of Glenroy Peter Matthew, the estate of Dorothy Francis McBeardy, the estate of Dominic Anthony Palmer, aka Dominic Anthony Palmer Jr., the estate of Cora Sylvia Ripple, aka Cora Sylvia Ripple, the estate of Larry Richard Schlotterbeck, the estate of Boletta Jean Shanholtz, the estate of Gray Silver Jr., the estate of Anna Bell Smith, the estate of Loretta Lynn Stollard, the estate of Ryan Barry Swartz, and the estate of Kenneth C. Thompson, aka Kenneth Christian Thompson.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Will? Need a motion on the 34 estates for the month of February.
So moved.
Motion been made.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
One
Motion-
abstention to my family member,
Okay.
Jim W. Folk.
All right. So 4-0 and 1 abstention. All right. Will, you have an estate hearing to schedule?
Yes, sir. We have a motion for a hearing and verified petition to be scheduled of Joshua Gregory Shiley, submitted to our office by Mr. Paul Taylor, Esquire. The motion is to confirm probate and record of the last will and testament of Mr. Greg Lynn Shiley, and to remove Ms. Deborah A. Shiley as administratrix of the estate.
Okay.
Will we have that scheduled for 10:45 a.m. on Thursday, March the 4th? On the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. All right. At this time, we'll take a short break. Come back to reconvene at 10:45. We're back in session. Next on our agenda is Mike Knoll, president of Apollo Civic Theater. Mike, how you been?
I think I could be better.
Yeah, I'm sure you could be with the virus going around. And I'm sure your doors have been closed for quite a while.
Since March 15th.
Mm-hmm.
I luckily was able to squeeze, excuse me. I was luckily able to squeeze the last show in before the governor shut the schools down.
Uh-huh.
And with that, and so since then we have not been able to meet. We've not been able to do any type of program. So we have been maintaining the building. Of course, the building continues to cost us with the insurance and the electric and the gas bill I just got last month for $1,300.
Right.
And that's keeping the place spent down to those who can do without the sprinkler tanks increasing the building.
And plus, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 floors down the basement.
3 floors and basement.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess what I really wanted to talk about was it was interesting to tell you about the what we do down at the Apollo. And one of the things that I just got this letter, this email, and it's from a mother who talked about helping 2 kids at the Apollo, Avery and Olivia, to get a job at Reuters and at another company. And when they were helping her, when she was helping him fill out, the one guy, Avery, fill out his paperwork for Reuters, it asked for job application. What have you done? What's your experience? Well, she says, well, you didn't list anything about the Apollo Theater. And so she got him to put the thing down the Apollo Theater and put that on his application. Well, then the next day, a couple days later, she got a phone call from a store manager about one of our other kids, Liv, and she talked to her about about Liv's background and stuff, and she mentioned the Apollo. And the manager said, what do you mean about the Apollo? And it's not on her application. So she went on and I'll just read. So I went on about the kids, what the kids do. The time committed required, punctuality required, the excellence required because of the paying audience, the stamina required, and the courage required to be an Apollo kid. I could hear the woman speed writing on the other end of the line, and she commented that she was surprised Liz didn't put anything about it. About the Apollo on her application. Liv was offered a job less than an hour later. The Apollo, and I could.
Pretty emotional about it, aren't you, Mike? Paul is your child for many, many years. I know
Yeah,
that.
I get letters like this all the time.
Right.
All the time. Like this. So that's just a little bit about what the Apollo has done for the community and for a lot of the kids in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I did since we met last year is I did what you all wanted me to do, and I did go out and we with the help of well, Rachel's now gone, but Gracie's here and has helped me work on grants, and we ended up doing a $43,000 grant. We finished up an assessment, architectural assessment, and just as I told you, the price tag came out. It came out to just under $10 million to upgrade to to upgrade the facility and to put a support building out next to the back of the theater to house the elevators to make the other 3 floors.
So you're talking about the backside or the west
You
side?
know where those trailers are in the back?
Yeah,
Yeah. The back there, we own that land all the way over to what used to be the Lane's old shop. And so what would be in there would be a workshop. Because we're limited in what we can do on the stage, because the stage, it's hard for us to turn a lot of things around the stage, because they have to use the stage as a place to build.
uh-huh,
So the workshop out to the side would allow us to get more things on the stage.
right.
The elevator that's in there, that would allow the other 3 floors to be occupied. The one thing we would have to do is buy the little red house in the back of the theater to give us access to the back. And if we did that, that would make the 2nd and 3rd floor available for parties, catering, and would open up the 2nd and 3rd floors as revenue generators for the
Which is
theater.
the ballroom on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, the ballroom on the 2nd floor.
Mhm.
And it would also add more bathrooms in the place to make us ADA compatible on that.
So the elevators would be in the back of the theater?
It would be in the back of the theater, and there would be handicap benches in the back of the theater which come in and allow people to get into the back of the theater. The fire escape would come off of the building and would then become part of the
I
interior
got you.
building.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The original fire escape where Mr. Goken and I met several times about access a door swinging the proper way.
That's right. Yeah. So that fire escape would be moved to the rear of the building,
Okay.
with the staircase there and access to the roof.
Now, the price tag didn't surprise you or us, but we had to do the assessment in order for you to apply for grants to move forward with the construction, is that right?
Yes.
And that opens you up for a large grant if we're successful, is that correct?
Yeah. So that's what we're looking into now. There's a $750,000 grant from the National Park Service, but I can't remember what there's a matching local money that we had to come up with. But I don't remember that right off the top of my head. But
Okay.
that's the one thing we'll be working on.
That's great. I mean, that's great. That's good progress. That's good progress to be able to have something to work towards and have. Did they give in there? I'd love to see a copy of it as well. You know,
Sorry?
Tracy has a copy.
I'd love to
Just
see a
ask copy for
But did they prioritize the of how you got to move forward?
well, yeah, it's in 3 phases. We've got it in 3 phases, but a couple of phases are really hard to do because it would require the theater to shut down when we're going
Would have been a
inside.
perfect time.
I wish. Well, the timing was just a little off.
Just
you know?
needed to be shovel ready.
Yeah, it would have been good if I had had all my ducks in a row that I could have been done it now.
Yeah.
The theater could be just simple. But one of the things that one of the first things we want to work on is the front of the building. The front of the building has a cornice that's detaching from the building. That actually part of it has failed. That we've now security, so additional stuff doesn't come down. But that all needs to be fixed. And then the thinking, or my thinking, is with the Main Street, with Martinsburg doing their Martin Street renovation, which has been years of coming, that we're gonna get that Grand Boulevard down there. I told them not to put any streetlights in front of the theater, because I said the streetlights we have there, I plan to take out
What?
and give back streetlights.
Okay.
Streetlights, because they're gonna be taking and burying all the utilities,
Right.
and they're gonna be putting streetlights down. But I don't want any in the front of the theater, because I plan to one of the first things is to put a marquee back on the
Right.
building.
Right. That's been your dream for a long time.
Yeah, and because part of the things that you want to do when you're talking about doing a capital campaign or getting the community behind it, I mean, they're already behind it, the use of the workshop, is to make it look like something's happening at the college. And having been with the college for years, and when we did the renovation inside, we found out when we were doing all that fancy architecture work inside, doing all the plaster work and everything else, if we went behind the scenes and did, worked on the plumbing, the giving would go down. But when people saw we were making progress in the theater, the giving would come up. So the same idea is that what you do is you put a marquee on the front of the building, make it look like something's happening and give the face to it.
The marquee is I would think would be a large ticket item.
It's $120, well, I priced it out, it's $120,000, with the, turnkey. It's, with all.
Not as bad as I thought.
That's
I'll
not
let-
crazy.
No, I took pictures, I took pictures and did measurements and sent them out to, a company who does, marquees for historical things, because, you know, you wanna make it, you wanna match the historical, but then you want the technology in there, so we'd actually have a digital, marquee that you could, you know, change everything by computer.
Now, I guess one of the things that you'd have to do is have an engineering assessment of the support brackets for the marquee that was there.
Yeah, well, I had, well, the structural analysis did that.
Is that right?
Did-
Good.
Yeah, the assessment,
They'd have to if they're looking at the facade or the cornice work,
yeah.
I would think.
So that was part
This
of,
is all, I would think this would be tied in with some steel beams going through the building. I would think. Because it had hooks on it, the hooks.
yeah, it had hooks on it and part of the bricks. That
I
we
googled
replaced.
some of the old photos, so I know exactly
Yeah.
what it used to look
Well,
like.
when we got the air guard to come in and take it down, we had to take steel work down. And to the matching guard houses, and we had to find matching bricks to go and fill in the holes. But, yeah, but the marquee that we would put up would be just a little bit smaller than the one we had in school. But,
I can remember Mike years ago when I was little, which wasn't that many years ago. I don't want to over exaggerate that statement, but
Longer than you think.
yeah,
Dream on.
but the Corning Glass Works used to have a movie that would play at the Apollo, and then we would always go. We would at the end of the movie we would go up and get our stocking. That was stuff from Corning Glass Works.
yep,
That was a big thing every year.
yep. I actually continued that into the late 70s and early 80s.
It's the only time I was allowed to be on the stage.
Except when you help replace the stage.
I was under the stage then.
Yeah, the stage. Yeah.
But no, that's all great news. So when do you think that you might hear? I know window replacement was a big item too, right?
Yep, yep.
Um,
Yeah, we've been replacing windows. We've got the west side of the building. We want to replace windows right now.
So you done the ones on the front?
We did the ones in the front.
Good.
Yeah.
So when would Tracy maybe know anything of, has the grant application started?
No, it's we're working on it. It's due April 1st.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know the AC was a big item for you, HVAC stuff.
Yeah, the bigger thing with the HVAC stuff is I talked about when I talked to the architecture guys and told them what I needed, I told them, I said, make sure you zone the heck out of this building, because I said, there's no use to cool the third floor when everything's down on the first floor. I don't want to be like the heat. Now when you turn the heat on, you heat the whole building. I mean, part of the thing is that we have to do on the heat, is that we need to put blankets on the pipes in the basement, because most of the heat, if you go down the basement, a lot of heat's down there, and you need to blanket it and get it up to the third floor.
Coming off that big bowler.
Huh?
Coming off that big bowler.
Yep.
All right. So what are you asking for?
10,000
10,000.
to help us tide over the bills and that for me to get the season back up and operating, the upfront cost, and I have part of the money, but not all of it. But to get the season back up and running is around $18,000, because in order for me to put a season together, I have to get the rights from New York. I mean, even the little kids' plays that we have to get in. and you can't advertise and, do any planning until you get the rights. Because one of my board members didn't listen to me, and we had a preliminary dates put together as far as shows, and they went and advertised it out on the internet doing Facebook stuff.
Somebody picked up on it.
Oh, Monday, I got a letter from New York saying, and the way they phrase it is, hey, Michael, we're having trouble finding your contract for the show. Could you give us the contract number? And I said, I'll get it for you.
Michael, one time, there was talk, you and I spoke a little bit about a seating area upstairs for, kind of like a dinner and theater, and you said you was willing to try that in a small area, and actually what you would do would be a cooperation between the local restaurants and the theater of delivering meals there. Is that still an option?
We could do that. I mean, that would be up in the balcony.
Right.
They're better at it now than they've ever been.
Yeah.
Restaurants are, everybody
Call it
makes
takeout.
to-go meals now.
Yeah, well, the thing of it is the biggest thing is you got to look at your seating capacity in there, and, you know, our seating capacity is 500. It's big for a community theater, but it's about the size of an area, about the size for having programs. So, for instance, when I have school kids in there, I have 490 kids in there a show, and I do 2 shows. That's 2 times 490. So that's almost 1,000 kids for a day performance. And then when I brought the Irish dance people in, and we had an Irish dance down there, I packed the theater. I actually sold out at 540 seats on that. So that's the only thing we have to look at is when we have to take the seats out up there and put tables in.
Yeah, have to be interchangeable.
And be interchangeable. Yeah. And you can do that. You can make seating so you can have a quick disconnect and put down and then put the tables in.
Like over the years that I've been involved in community stuff, which has been a long time, I don't know if I've ever ran across anybody that's as passionate as you are. And not discounting anybody else out there, because there's a lot of passionate people, but you've been doing this for 30 or 40 years now, I think, right?
72.
Huh?
1972.
19, I was gonna say not 72.
They brought me in to do the bicentennial
Right.
out in Berkeley Field.
So 48 years,
Yeah.
you've been doing this, and I talked to your brother not too long ago too, Baker Heights Fire Department, so, he's been passionate about the community on the fire side, you've been passionate about, the community at the Apollo, and your dad at the post office, so.
Yeah, and you know, I'm only the keeper. I mean, that's the thing is about the Apollo. There's a lot of rich history in the Apollo. It's like the Roundhouse. There's a lot of rich history there. A lot of things happened at the Apollo. I mean, I've been trying to contact Garth Brooks and say, remember when you performed on the stage in 1983, you could come back. Because I told him when we performed, I said, I'd like to ask you back in about 10 years, but you'll be too big for our facility. And he laughed at it. But that kind of activity is going on down there. And you know, being the fact that you can say that we were the first radio studio in Berkeley County, we eclipsed the WPM, which was the first radio station. The first studio was in the ballroom in the Apollo, and it was a radio station WJEJ in Hagerstown. We had remote studios in Martinsburg and Kingsburg. So a lot of history that you can go back on.
My dad was an usher there back in the 40s.
Is that right? Yeah. You have anything else, Mike?
No, yes, sir.
All right, anybody have any questions or statements for Mr. Noel?
No,
Just thanks.
I think it's great to see the progress of coming up with a plan to do what needs to be done to the building, though. I think that's encouraging, and I'm looking forward to looking at that report. See,
It'd be well deserving if you're able to be successful at that $750,000 grant, we'll find a way to get the match, that's for sure, as a community.
Okay,
I'm not saying that, I'm not speaking for the council, but as a community, I think we can pull them together.
There's different ways to look, for that funding. And maybe multiple ways of getting it at the same time, you know, but, no, I think it's a great start,
Michael, with your leadership and your board, you've been able to preserve that building, which has been, I know, has been very, very difficult over a period of time. And it is somewhat of a crown jewel, and it deserves to be protected. And thank you, your board, for what you've been able to do with it. Let
well,
alone these great kids that have an opportunity to go in and perform.
well, you helped me with the fire and stuff down there when we put the haunted theater in there, because the haunted theater actually ended up saving the theater. We were bankrupt. I mean, we didn't have any money in the bank. Our previous boards, we concentrated too much on the fact that we put flash shows in there. But the theater's more about putting flash shows in there. It's a community place. And we're more than just a bunch of actors who want to act on the stage, but it's a building that can be used by the community for all sorts of things.
Yep, it's a very nice building. And one last thing, when my dad was growing up in the city of Martinsburg, there was 4 theaters downtown. You're the only one left.
And I remember the Central Strand.
He said he would go from, him and his parents would go from one theater to the next. And, you know, watch one movie go to the next one, watch another movie.
Now, years ago, we got from the city, we got a part of the Faulkner money.
Mm-hmm.
And Faulkner was a lawyer in town. And the story was that he would, in the afternoon, couldn't find his law office because he was always at the Apollo in the afternoon when there was a new release of a movie out. Little trivia. I need to write a book.
There you go.
Yeah,
Mr. Null, thank you for your dedication.
I thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is Jennifer Swisher, 911 Director, 21-22 budget presentation.
The council has never had a
I was
budget
gonna say-
presentation made by your 911 director. Although it's a special revenue fund, it's still tax dollars, and Jennifer and I talked early on, and she thought it was absolutely appropriate that she come before the council and give you a proposed budget that she intends to implement next
Also,
year.
it lets the people know where their money, their fees
It
going to.
absolutely does, so I commend her for her willingness to come in and do that. So be gentle.
It's amazing that, you know, people would never guess that the telephone bills are $150,000 a year just to have that service.
Sure, yeah, no, it's definitely, and that's actually gonna go up a little bit this year. In the last time we spoke, about getting an ESINet, which will allow the texting and the next generation 911 piece of, the next piece of the puzzle to move on. So we know with that, our phone bills are going to increase monthly. So I've put in there, I've worked with Gary Wine on projecting out what we think it might be per month. So this is our best ability based upon what we've been told.
And we historically have issues with the telephone provider.
And our monies come in from not just our landline provider, but also from our wireless providers. Dependent upon our monies coming from everyone buying cell phones. So the more people buy cell phones, and we that helps us because landline usage has went down dramatically over the years. It's very rare now for people to have it.
Where does the 911 council stand on fee structure right now? I mean, last year there was a push for trying to get it moved over to the meter, which is a much fairer way to collect the fee. And if that happened, then seems like right now we've talked about before that elderly population is paying for the landline because the younger generations are all about the cell phones. So the one thing that I like about them to put the the fee structure on the electric meter is, my prediction would be that the landline fee could go, I think it's $6.90 per landline right now, could probably go down to $2.75 per meter.
I'm not aware of that, to be honest with you.
Okay, you don't know where they
I'm
stand?
sitting on my first board tomorrow for
Okay.
the state, so I'm still learning.
I'd like to know where they stand, because,
Okay.
I mean, that's, we're trying to be fair across the board. And as you know, the service that we provide is not just to people that has landlines. Now, don't, and you're right, we do get a fee from the cell phones as well. But the cell phone, the first $1 million or the first dollar
Of the,
cell phone goes to the state.
that goes to the tower fund.
Right, and then the state police gets a portion of it, and then it goes back to the central dispatch. So everybody's got their fingers in that cell phone, and the biggest thing is, all of us know in this room, there's some of our phone cell numbers that go outside our county or outside the state that we don't see that we're collecting on, but there's a huge amount of people that are in Berkeley County that don't have any cell number that even comes close to Berkeley County, that we're not collecting the fee on. So the meter is the easiest way to do it.
Okay.
2 years ago, they weren't interested in it, the power company. I understood that the power companies in the state of West Virginia, at least the one locally, said that my local contact said, hey, we don't have an issue with it. Still hearing from the County Commission Association that there's still some grumbling going on from the power companies. Even though they get paid a fee, just like the phone company does.
Other than that, with the budget that I'm presenting, and actually based upon information that I was able to gather from our expenditures from last year, the last 3 years, that I'm actually reducing a little bit. The amount that I'm asking for, with the exception of, we just recently approved 5 new positions with our continuing general fund. So we're working to fill those positions. Currently, right now, I have 11 of those entry-level positions and 1 administrative position. The unfilled positions, and this would be including the FICA, health insurance, all those things, that's, that we don't have to look, it's about $622,000.
So you have 12 positions vacant right now?
Correct.
Out of what, 30 some, 36, something like that?
I can count them.
I'm sorry, just waiting.
She has an administrative position. She
Yeah.
has 6 telecommunicator trainee positions, which what we would typically call the 911. And the council authorized the 5 call taker positions, which
That including the 5.
that's included
Yeah.
in the total. The cost for those 5 call takers with benefits is about $257,000 and change, and we budget $300,000 out of the general fund because those truly don't fall under the.
That's what we make we contribute to the 911 fee for non-emergency phone calls.
Non-emergency phone
And that's what
calls.
these 5 will be doing.
That's exactly what they're gonna be doing.
Right. So are those 5 going to be paid by the county council, or are they still going to be paid out of the 911 account with a contribution from the council to that?
They are in the 911 fund. We'll treat them almost like we do the firefighters with Baker Heights. We will transfer the money from the communications center general fund to the 911 fund to cover that pay.
Okay. So how do you feel about the 7 vacancies that you have? Do you feel
It's extremely difficult to get them filled. We just recently advertised, just finished, news this morning, for those entry positions. Having problems with we're coming for the board at the end of February this month to propose a recruitment campaign that Chad is on with it. To try to continue to recruit. We need to move forward with the ones that we have, the starting academy, but it's much smaller than what I would truly like.
Yeah, well, sad to say, I mean, recruitment and retention in the central dispatch has been tough, real tough.
And that's pretty much industry wide.
Right,
So
nationwide.
this is not anything that's new. It's just trying to put a new spin and try to, make us shine so they want to come work for us. And we have so much to offer.
I think one of the things, or several things that makes it tough is probably 97% of the employees are women.
They
Very
are
seldom do
here.
you get a, we have a couple, right? And which shift work makes it very difficult for a mom to raise their children, I think.
Might like it if your mom might have liked the break.
My mom would have probably done it in a heartbeat. But, yeah, it's tough. I can understand. And when you're young, you may not be thinking about that, but as you start having the children and raising a family, it can be tough.
Childcare is a big issue. It is something that we have to work around. Being a working mother through my beginning days in 911, it wasn't easy. Also it's shift work in itself. It's not easy. Some people don't understand what shift work is like, and it can be troublesome to some. But we try to let them know ahead of time that it's a very, very stressful job. So it is something that we make sure that we impress upon them.
President, in answer to your question, including Jennifer's position, there are 40 full-time and 3 part-time budgeted vacant or positions within Central. So of the 40 budgeted full-time position, 11 vacancies. So more than 25% of her current budgeted workforce is vacant.
One time we was talking about, it's sort of like the sheriff is doing right now, is going back and recruiting some of his prior deputies. Is that something that, is there any interest out there? Is there from your side in the?
I mean, I would certainly entertain it. I would certainly entertain, people that are in a position like I was, where I could retire, that still has many years of recruiting, somehow recruiting them. But a lot of those people don't want to start at the beginning. That comes, that's something that you work through about.
Mhm.
The county administrator, I believe it's something we could do.
Well, it's sort of like Sheriff Harmon, and we were talking that, if you can pull a deputy in that can be certified to go right out in the field instead of doing a year and a half in training. And it's huge.
We are changing our next makeup of our academy, so I think that actually will help us get people out and ready and not see a year and a half to 2 years until they're actually able to function by themselves. So we're making some changes. That'll be with this next group, so we'll see how that goes. This will be my first opportunity to prove that's going to work.
Okay, all right. All right, anybody have any questions for Jennifer on her budget presentation?
I think it's important to point out, although the council is well aware of it, maybe some folks that are listening, that maybe not be aware of it. Our central dispatch, our 911 center, other than the 5 call taker positions, is 100% self-supporting through 911 fees. And although they are provided the same support that all the other departments are, particularly through IT, they pay for all their hardware, they pay for all their software. the IT services that are rendered to them are paid for by.
I was thinking that was that $400,000 up there for professional services, Mr. Wine.
Well, and if you'll recall, we also have a triple net lease with the 911 center, so they are paying for the renovations that we did to 802 when we had the dedication in March of, no, November of 19. That bond payment is being paid for through 911 fees.
Through a
So
lease agreement.
they are truly in a unique situation where they you know, we provide IT services to all of our counties or all of our departments, but central dispatch actually reimburses the county through the 911.
Right.
So I think that's important to note.
It's been ran very, very well over the years, and with cooperation from everybody. And as we do anywhere else in the government, as long as we keep an open mind, we can always improve each and everything that all of us do out there every day.
And I think that's what Jennifer's doing. She's working hard for it.
Yeah. So.
And we also, see that my training budget, they asked for some there. I think that's super important. And I want to keep, everyone there, training and numerous, changes, and,
Most of that training is being done at your
most of it's gonna be done.
802 now.
The majority will be done.
Right.
That's-
Matter of fact, I think our central dispatch can train for others as 911 centers. Is that correct?
Sure, I mean, we can certainly host classes and bring
Right.
from other agencies around the tracks area.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
We're going to load central dispatch budget right into the financial software system so that when you get your control report, you'll be able to track that budget just like every other county budget.
Okay.
So that'll be something we'll get to.
And I spoke to Jennifer before we got back into session, and she said that she would be ready to move forward on the request from the Fire Association. So if we can get that on the agenda sometime in the near future.
We got the email from PJ
PJ.
Burrows that's already been.
All right.
One thing I noticed was that really stands out in the budget to me is the overtime. Is the overtime adequate, overtime for the budget? Because I would think that's so unpredictable in that.
It is, and that overtime is, all I did was take, for purposes of the budget, what they spent through the first 6 months of the current fiscal year from July 1st to June 30th and just doubled it.
So it's all, but that's totally dependent on emergency situations.
It is, and as
snowstorms and
we've had,
weather situations.
typically I talk to the training classes, and one of the things I know that Jennifer does as well as Paula and Mary did is, we don't care how good you are at your job. If you're the best dispatcher we have, you're not doing us any good if you're not physically at work. Because it's not like if I'm late coming in or I have to take a sick time, probably things go better when I'm not here.
We focus on that.
Well, I thought I'd say it before someone else did. But with Central Dispatch, when they have a dispatcher that comes in late or calls in sick and doesn't show up, we either work someone overtime or we're calling, beyond their normal shift, or we're calling someone in on their day off. So it is hard to.
It's very difficult, and right now with COVID, you've probably seen the overtime actually go down a little bit because there was a reduction in dates we're allowed to take off. I've since lifted that, but with that, the understanding is if you take off, someone has to cover your shift, and that is very important, and it impacts us because we're not at a staffing level because we are down those 11 positions and 12 including the administrative position. We're down those positions, and it's once we get up to that point, we'll be better. But
We've been saying that for 4 years.
Haven't they only been? I think I can only remember one time they were fully staffed.
It's very, very short.
That's what I say. It was a very short period of time.
That's why I say if we've always said Now that we need the call takers will help because we're hoping that's gonna be kind of like a relief, kind of a relief, but also a training session for them to be able to step up to a dispatcher, right? It'll probably be easier to recruit a call taker than one as a dispatcher. I would imagine that less training, I would think.
There is, but eventually they'll become dispatchers, so they'll eventually have to go through the same initial training. But they'll be quicker to be able to set in a position.
Right.
And be in what we would consider the count for that.
If we need, I know it was nothing, if we needed 6 new hires, we almost have to hire 10.
Yes.
Because at the end of the year and a half, we'd be lucky to have 6, and at that point in time, it'd probably be 2 people who resign or retire or something and go somewhere else, so it's just constant.
It is. We had 300 applications, 49 actually tested. Yesterday we had 8 interviews set up.
To go through all that process,
Well, the problem is the length of the process, because if I'm looking for a job, I'm not looking for one in a month from now, I'm looking for one today. And if I apply for you and I apply for somebody else, and it takes a process of time to get to that point, a lot of those people have already found jobs.
And I know right now there's probably 4 other centers that are outside of Texas. And we're all vying for the same people.
And you know, that beginning process to draw them in, you gotta be quick on that. I mean, and that's even in our industry.
We talk about that all the time.
You have to respond. I mean, somebody
Worthwhile hiring is not gonna sit around and wait for the phone to ring.
No, they're not. If they call you up, you know, a lot of times somebody will call me up and, are you looking? And I talk to them right there on the phone. I stop what I'm doing, have a conversation and get them coming to the office, you know? So,
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank
Very
you.
much. Thank you.
Next, our agenda is Elaine Bartleson, Executive Director for the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. Good morning.
Morning. I feel like I should follow up because it's across the board. We're desperate for CDL drivers, and it's so frustrating that we are not able to get those qualified people in the door. And if we do get them, the reliability is not good, and it is extremely frustrating.
And probably part of your issue on a CDL driver is, number one, most of us could go out and hire a CDL driver to drive a dump truck, which comes with a huge liability, but they don't have 15 passengers they have to worry about.
Passing endorsement, so we're competing with Berkeley schools, Jefferson County schools, Frederick County schools, Loudon County, you know.
A lot of yours are probably retired,
Yes.
looking for a second job or another job.
They're retired, this is their retirement job, or this is maybe their second income.
Right.
Spouse has a higher paying job, and the person is our employees, is like the spouse, so second income. But it is frustrating, and we have ourselves reached out to former employees to ask them to come back. And actually, Amanda is not here because she is back with one of those employees that has come back. So we're very thankful for that.
So give us an example, if you can. What are you paying your CDL drivers right now?
We start at $14.25.
Yeah.
It's not,
Right,
but that's my budget.
right. So you're already up against it.
yeah, they got, one of the good things, you know, the Workforce West Virginia, they have a program that trains, that helps funding to train.
Yeah.
train
And
TDS.
we actually have a couple new hires that have their CDL. They do not have their test endorsement, but we are working with them to get that. They're new to the area. One's from Pennsylvania, one's coming from Texas.
Right now, you're looking for a lot of Ralph Cramden's, huh?
Yeah.
Alice?
Because he showed up to work every day.
What do you think, Alice?
Didn't bother him, but anyhow.
What do you think, Alice?
That's right.
To the moon, Alice, to the moon.
But I just wanted to say thank you for having us here. As always, it's a pleasure. And I want to say thanks to Dan for being a loyal county council representative to our board for a lot of years. And I appreciate his input. And I'm looking forward to having Jen on board.
We'll be Be there Monday at 4.
That's right.
It's,
So,
the authority has came a long ways. They
Well,
really have.
we're very proud of where we are right now. So,
You should be.
and the challenges abound daily, but at the end of the day, everyone is there to do a purpose, and that's to serve the community that we that Berkeley County and Jefferson County provide that critical transportation.
The ridership way down, I'm sure.
Actually, surprising, it's coming up. We did, I'll backtrack. During, when COVID hit last March, and we had to reduce our,
Tammy, can you ask them to quiet it down? I know we're having a hard time.
so, when COVID did hit last March, and when that happened, Shepherd University shut down, Mark Train shut down, Farmers Ferry shut down. So all our contract revenue to match our federal funds disappeared. So we had to make the decision on how we were gonna come out on the other end of COVID at that time. One of the things that we did is we made the decision to keep the demand response, the non-emergency medical transportation drivers out there, because that's life-sustaining treatment for a lot of the community members that use our services. So we were able to do that, and then we reduced the routes to 2 in Berkeley County, which is our regular weekend routes, and 2 in Jefferson County, which kept the connection between the 2 counties long. Ridership for demand and the NEMT service never really dropped because we were out there, we were doing it. We did go fareless to limit the contact between passengers and our bus operators. So we did drop, about 30%.
Drop 30% revenue.
30% in ridership at that point.
Ridership, okay.
Because we did the workforce. We had drivers that came in, we provided that workforce transportation, because those critical, they were essential workers, when they're these grocery stores, wherever they're going, the hospital. So we provided the workforce transportation in the morning, and then we did the routes during the day, so.
In your field, even though your revenue dropped 30%, your expenses stayed the same because you're still making.
Pretty much.
Slightly different. You would have had to eliminate routes. That's the only way but
So,
your overhead would have
yeah.
stayed the same.
Well, we did reduce our staff by 50% because I needed to figure out how we were gonna make payroll.
So you reduced about 50%.
We reduced the staff by 50% for a 3-month period. What we did, at the end of June, we brought everybody back, and we've been providing full service since then. So, ridership, because we were limiting, the number on the bus, we at 50%, try to distance and keep everybody healthy. So we did drop, the ridership dropped about 30%. So we're really back to the levels of 2015, 2016 ridership. But that's ticking up again, right? We went back to fares in January, which our fare box recovery is never the answer to anything because it's only 6% of our budget. But with that, it's the people that are serious. There's a lot of riders during COVID, they didn't really have anywhere else to go, so they were riding just to be off the streets. So going back to fares has eliminated some of that. But no, ridership is ticking up slowly. I expect that by the end of this fiscal year, we'll probably be close to where we were.
Good.
Yeah. But let me just go over what we did accomplish this year. We did, although COVID interrupted a lot of our plans for this year, but we did replace 2 18-passenger vehicles and our support service truck, which was about 17 years old, through 5339 grant funding. We just had to come up with a 20% local match on that. We acquired 2 expansion non-emergency medical minivans through the state. That is 5310 funding, not 5339 funding. And then our agency is actually being credited for the first trip in February with the new SOAR grant program, behavioral health approached all 18 public transit agencies in the state in July of 2018 to participate in providing recovery trips. And I'll give you an example. This happened yesterday. We had a call from the hospital, and we had an individual that needed to go to Princeton, West Virginia, to an intake facility. And it's very difficult for somebody to do the whole trip, but we contacted a partner in Bluefield, West Virginia. We drove down, met them, passed that person off to them, and they were able to get full way, so we didn't have to do it. And so we have.
I was getting ready to say, the Mountaineer Recovery Center has said that you've been a blessing.
Yes, so we have, and hospital called at 2:30 last night. So we have committed to be responsive to these trips through the state, West Virginia Public Transit Association. All 18 agencies in the state have committed to this, and we are providing these trips. So I'm very proud of that, because through COVID, we're still providing that stuff to our community members who are seeking that recovery, which is very important. We also completed our 2020 Transportation Development Plan, which is very important to us because it's our next 5-year playbook on how we're going to continue to grow our transit agency and public transit in the Eastern Panhandle. I will say today, I can say we have had no active cases on our buses of COVID, and I'm also very proud of that.
That's great.
We hired a cleaner. When it first started, we had a West Virginia University student who couldn't find a forever job, and I happened to know him, so he came out and was cleaning buses out there during the summer. And since then, our staff, we just have gone above and beyond, keeping those vehicles clean and sanitary.
Wouldn't the Clorox machines that we have do a great job in them buses? I mean, that's 99.9% effective.
Yeah. Well, we have the Tornado,
Okay.
which is maybe similar.
Probably similar.
Yeah, so we're spraying those buses down there, cleaning them. So, and then the new federal regulations is called PTAS. It's the Public Transit Agency Safety Plan, and it's a lot of data that the feds are requiring us to do. We got that plan, our plan certified. Every agency had to do that. It was a very heavy lift, especially with everything else going on. But we did it. We're certified, and although the feds have pushed their start date back, it was supposed to be in July of last summer, and we were ready. Our plan was done, and we're implementing it, and we're following it. So, which is, it's huge, because the feds, when they come in and do our audit, our triennial review, we say we've been doing it since July. So, our significant funding sources this last year, of course, our 5307 preventative maintenance and operating grant is there. That money relies on us having 50% local match on those funds, which is very difficult with our loss of contract revenue. But we did get CARES Act money this year, and it will take us through the end of the year. We'll be able to rely on those funds as support. We do have 5339 capital replacement grant. We have money for 4 buses, and we'll have to come up with a local match in that. Shepherd University has been the only constant contract revenue that we've got coming in, so we're very thankful for the university. Our non-emergency medical transportation, which is of course Medicaid reimbursed, and the SOAR grant. So a couple weeks ago, we sent out an email because we are moving forward with, of course, we'll slow everything down, but you'll be acquiring new bus shelters, additional bus shelters. And we sent out to everyone the new bus stop signs. So the Department of Highway has all those locations. They're approving them. Whatever stops were in the county, so the county engineer has them. City of Martinsburg, all the municipalities were notified of the signs and the stops and locations. So we're waiting on review. City of Charlestown has already responded, and they have approved of this. So we're one down and a whole bunch to go, but we're very excited about getting those wayfindings, the signs done out there.
All of ours would be approved by the state.
Well, like,
other than for private property?
I think the county, like the one at the courthouse, will probably, you guys will probably have to. I'm assuming that's gonna be attached to the shelter there, so that's private property.
Okay.
So one of the other things we're doing is we are updating our website, which has been a long time coming. We're actually using, that's a free website builder. It's called RTAP. It's through the Rural Transportation Association. So we can look for that launch of our new website in April, and it's much more user-friendly and interactive for the community. And along with that, it'll also have, the mobile app will be, right now our website is not mobile app friendly. So transitioning to the new website, we'll have that mobile app, and it will also have Google Transit, and we're working with the MPO on that. So you'll be able to build your trip, and it'll tell you how much it'll cost and where you have to go. So we're excited about that. And I'm just gonna finish by saying, I did ask for an increase this year, and I hope that you will consider it. It's been a really challenging year, financially and just overall. This has been a census year. We are waiting for results of the census and the growth of this Eastern Panhandle. My federal dollars annually are just about $1 million I receive from the feds. And I am required to come up with that local match to draw those federal dollars down. Without your support and the municipalities that provide us with that support, it's very challenging. And without it, it makes this impossible. Makes what we do impossible if we do not get that support, that increased support. If our population, when the census comes out and the population goes over 199,999, we cross the 200,000 line, my federal dollars shrink. So,
Is that right?
yeah. And it's a very scary prospect for me at this point, because we have, since I joined the organization.
That's
in 2000
encouraging that you're worried about when we get to 199,000 people in the Berkeley County, because I can remember
Berkeley,
a conversation.
It's Berkeley and Jefferson. It's our
Okay,
service.
I was gonna say, because I remember a couple years ago, you said you was only gonna be here for a couple years.
Well, now I'm gonna see this building project.
You just let the rabbit out of the hat.
Well, my husband is living in Virginia right now, so, but, you know, it's scary because it just means this area is growing and we need to keep up with it, right? So I do need to seek alternate forms of how we're gonna make this local match and be able to sustain what we've done. And I was gonna say, when I joined this organization in 2013, we have grown so much and done so much, but we have done it fiscally responsible every year. And we have gotten new buses, we've met our local match on that 5339 money. And if we had not done what we did, the FTA would not have given us over $10.5 million to build this new facility.
Elaine, I think what you have done and what Doug has done with the Transit Authority when he was here is amazing compared to where it was at. It absolutely is amazing, complete turnaround.
You know, one of the great things about the Transit Authority, and you guys do amazing work, and I get it that public transportation doesn't pay for public transportation. There's got to be money put into the system to make that work. But you guys, you know, so often we hear it's not broken, why would we fix it? Well, you know what, you guys weren't broken before, but you guys continue to look outside the box to find ways to improve what you have, and you've done a great job with that. You know, if everybody would look at it that way, everything would continue to grow all the time, because, you know, just because it's working doesn't mean it's not broke, you know? Doesn't mean you're not going to you're not going to continue to stay in that box if you continue to do what you're doing. You have to look outside and you have to keep growing. If you know, we've said it before, once once you stop growing, you start dying, you know? And that's the problem without having that foresight, so.
There is so much
Kudos.
potential for public transit in this, you know, in this area. I mean, listen, here's my vision, whether you agree with it or not. I would love every veteran and every senior to be able to get on these buses for free, because they rely on us so heavily. Sometimes it's the senior getting on the bus and having that conversation with my driver is the only conversation they have all day long. It is such an important aspect of this community, and it is a gem. I mean, I think so. I think we are a gem in this community.
And the key word you just said was vision. If you don't have a vision for something better than you have, you're not gonna realize that the system is broken, you know? So you have to have a vision to continually strive to be better all the time. And so you can't leave. You gotta.
Is
Well,
there,
plus you said, I think it was driven by the census, which won't come out until
Right.
2030, so, I mean,
is there any way to get on in Martinsburg? Any way to connect with the Washington County or Frederick County Transit?
Not yet, but that is in that TDP. There is a link, you know, that is discussion, and we're always looking to ways. You know, I have a relationship with Kevin Cerrone up in Washington County. We've met with, Winchester is a little bit different because she's not allowed to leave the city of Winchester, because that's run by the city down there. But it doesn't mean we can't go there, but there just has to be a way. But I don't have, as much as I would love to do that, I don't have, number one, I don't have the staff to do it, I don't have the vehicles to do it, I don't have the revenue to do it.
At
You
one
were
time,
going
we did take people up to, I
going
think,
down at one time.
Winchester for work.
We did, and that was contracted by Rubbermaid.
Right. And there was Rubbermaid or Kraft, one of them. But Jim, you gotta be careful, man, because they do, to take people across the state line, they do offer one-way tickets.
Yeah, we want them to come back. But,
Might not be a return ride.
But
Hey,
yeah. But please consider my request. I know it's more than it's been, but it is, we've got the building project, we've got buses to replace, we've got other stuff going on. And I have the capital, for that, for local match.
But that match, you gotta stay there. Yeah.
I love this area. I mean, I'm not, hey, listen, when I go back to Western New York, I'm gonna bring you all the cookies from Eccles Bakery, and I'll let you try them. They were Lucille Ball's favorite, because Lucy's from my hometown. And so for years, she would have them sent but bring them back every time. So next time I go, when COVID's done, I haven't been in New York in a long time, but I'll bring them back to you. But I love this community. I want to see this agency continue to grow and be successful and serve.
All right, well, thank you for
All right.
all your hard work.
I think
Please
it's
tell your
important just to
staff.
point out, Eileen's here, that the partnership that we formed with EPTA, particularly in the area of our central garage, which the council authorized, 2 or 3 years ago, has been very, very successful. And if it wouldn't have been for their cooperation, we would have had more of a difficult time getting it off the ground. So,
I did
Gary,
say
don't you
yesterday.
agree?
I did say yesterday. I felt like we were Berkeley County Sheriff's parking lot because we have a lot of cars down there right now.
But you don't need to, it's a deterrent to anyone
That's
that
true.
even think about coming into the building.
So uniquely, and all of you know, you've heard your IT department mentioned as a service line across all boards, everywhere. Well, guess who returns the favor right here? It's one of the few where they actually return services to us. So just today, they have a service tech going to change a tire for us out in the middle of nowhere. So poor Matt was like, can I call Elaine? Yeah, so it works wonderful. Along with the opportunity to buy bulk oil and bulk service, we've reduced service labor, the better part, in half by leveraging the transit for its help. So it truly does work well. I do a great job, Alan, for mentioning how much she does. And she makes us send her an invoice so she can use part of our services at the match too.
As a match,
That's
right?
right. That's right.
So, not only is it the cash that she's asking for, but your in-kinding of our efforts helps to make that match possible too, so it works good.
It's a great, I
Good
love
job,
it.
Elaine.
Well, thanks, Gary.
And Elaine and Gary, we always talk about it, is it's these partnerships that we form, as long as everybody's, rowing the boat in the same direction, there's nothing that we can't accomplish.
Neither one of us stand here knowing everything, but I promise you, the two of us will figure it out one way or the other, especially if you read all the email on it.
Everything's possible when you work together.
Yes, sir.
Everything.
Well, I do appreciate Gary answering my text on early, one Saturday morning when the phones were down or whatever was going, and he responded just like that, so it was great, so.
Anybody
Thank you so
have any
much.
statements or questions for Elaine?
Well, and that partnership, kind of broadens itself, back during the blizzard of 2016, we relied very heavily on your all's transportation services. And that continues today. And if we need transportation, we know we've got a great partner in you, and it's pretty good. So between you and the school system, we can move a lot of people. Thank you.
We're the people movers here.
That's what you do.
So, it was nice. Randy Lilly reached out to me when I did the first vaccination with Parks and Rec, and asked if we could have a bus, and we sent it, so people reaching out. So, because I think it was maybe in the road or
Right. It's
So,
cold
we're very
outside.
happy to help with that.
So maybe instead of EPTA, we go to EPPM, Eastern Panhandle People Movers.
That's right.
All right,
All right,
thank
so
you.
much.
All right. Next on our agenda is Sheriff Nathan Harmon, request to move deputies from account 701 to 700 is your first item. How you doing, Sheriff?
Good morning.
Good
Good morning, sir.
First off, thank you very much, Councilman, for allowing me to be here and present this to you. And I'll steal the words from Jennifer in regards to pursuing the next generation of sheriff's office. That is the spirit behind the efforts that you've seen either on social media or the like, but a lot of changes going on and in a good way, I believe. Obviously, you guys have a lot of work ahead of you, so I'm not going to keep you too long. I just want to be brief and explain reasons why we would want personnel to be moved from 701 to 700. It's cleaner in regards to management, staff analysis, budget reviews, that when we have, let's say, officer positions mixed between 700 and 701, it gets a little confusing and convoluted and trying to find these things. My understanding is that at the present we have Deputy Cole and Deputy Price who were on military leave. The part-time deputies that were taking their place, they were being paid out of 701. There is one vacancy now, and we still have Mr. Burracker still working for Mr. Jeffries. Along with him, I'm sorry. That's right. But regardless, these are law enforcement duties that I feel need to be in 701, and the civilian staff, front office, like Marcia, those folks I would prefer to see in 701, so it provides clarity when we're doing the budget and managing things. Again, it's just in the spirit of it being clear. It's about as simple as I can put it. So that request is rather simple. If we could do that transition, I would greatly appreciate it. Because this was my first time dabbling in the budget, and I saw that. That's one of the things I picked up on immediately. That it's just a thing from my end. And Marines always follow the KISS methods. Keep it simple. That's what that request is. So I would greatly appreciate consideration.
We've done this once before with the court security, and the courthouse was a standalone account, and we moved them over to 700 to simplify things. So right now, Sheriff, you're asking to do that with the 701 deputies and move them over to 700, but yet you're wanting your office staff to be put on 701?
Yes, sir, because it's my understanding is our
civilian staff that's coming out of 700.
Right, that's what I'm getting at, so,
Currently, there are
so it's basically
3
shuffled.
deputies assigned to 701 with 1 civilian, who Mr.
Right,
Who you just authorized to go full-time not long ago.
right,
There are 59 deputies assigned to 700, and there's 7 full-time and 1 part-time administrative positions assigned to 700.
and right now, correct me if I'm wrong, there was very little money taken out of the 701 account because of accounting purposes, there was,
Well, that's because the deputies that were assigned there had been deployed.
right,
There is some activity now only because Mr. Shao has been there, but in December, they had only expended, at the end of December, only about 10% of the total 701 budget.
correct. So the deputies that's in 701, Sheriff, that you want to go to 700, their money allocation would go over to 700, but yet the allocation of 700 for your administrative staff would go over to 701?
That's what I'm asking.
Right now, and I worked all this up earlier this week. The 3 deputies, the money assigned to the deputies in 701 total with benefits is about $173,775 annually.
173, 750.
173,775. That's FICA, health insurance, and a 12% contribution to DERS. The civilian employees assigned to 701, the total amount of theirs, and this does not include any overtime or shift or longevity, is $382,052.
That's worth it. That's the ones.
That's the ones that are in 700 right now.
Okay.
budgeted.
All right,
And that does not include Mr. Shao, who was in 701.
701. Which the 173, 775 doesn't include Mr. Shao's
173,775 is strictly deputies.
3 deputies.
So
Okay.
what we would do is, depending on when you want to do it, July 1st is no problem. I'll work with the sheriff to make those adjustments if the council so chooses. What we would have to do is figure out, and I ask if the council decides that you're going to accept the sheriff's recommendation that we make it effective March the 1st, which would be the beginning of the new payroll period. So that way we could calculate what the cost would be for the remaining 4 months, and then we'd have to do an internal, or we'd have to do a state budget revision to move some funding around. And you're not, with this request, you're not asking for any more money, just the reallocation of funds so that all uniformed personnel from the chief deputy down to your newest deputy are at 700, and all your administrative support employees are in 701.
It's pretty much a wash. financially.
There's no cost.
I'm trying to figure out why is it in front of the council if there's no, if he's just reorganizing, moving from one to.
Because if you remember, at the beginning of this fiscal year, Sheriff Keller asked the same thing. And this council said you wanted those 3 deputies to remain in 701 for purposes of service of process.
That's right, okay.
So that's why.
Yep, so
And
that's.
I didn't want to
that's
bring a
the
state
process.
budget revision into you and
Yep.
said, well, we already said
Okay, no, I get it.
a year ago that
Yes, so,
we couldn't do this.
right, so then how does the service process handle?
That one person stays in
Who
there.
would stay in this?
Mr. Shaw stays in the 701 account.
But didn't we create two positions for that?
No, Mr. Shao is full. You approved him to become full-time.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
what would happen is 700 would have 62 uniformed employees, because by law, the sheriff's salary actually comes out of Department 404, which is the tax office. So the 700 account would have 62 employees assigned to it. They would be all uniform law enforcement officers, starting with the chief deputy down. 701 would have 8 full-time employees, including Mr. Shao, and 1 part-time employee. And then we would move all the longevity pay, because only the uniform folks get longevity pay. So we would move all the longevity pay over. For purposes of budget calculation, at least from my perspective, it's easier for the calculation only because when I calculate the county's contribution to retirement, I have to break it out, because the non-uniformed, our contribution is 10%, and the uniformed, our contribution is 12%, and as you know, that changes from year to year. So it's all done by spreadsheet, so it's not that difficult. But
Right, I remember the conversation that you mentioned it about, our process serving is never been what it should be, I believe. And I think that was the reason we said that we didn't want to do away with that, so that we could still try to improve.
Now, a one-time sheriff, we was talking about the shortfall of overtime in the 700 account, and one way to do that is to take the 90% that was still in 701 and move it over to 700. Is this move going to go into overtime, or is this going to go into
what we would
payroll?
do, if the council so chooses, we would move everyone over at the end of February. Then we could sit down and look at the cumulative effect of, there's been some recent promotions. We calculate all of that, and then we calculate what salaries would be needed in 700 to carry forward to complete the year, and then the rest would go into overtime.
So it'd be an internal budget revision at that time, just staying in the payroll bracket.
Right, so we would need a state budget revision to move salaries over the way they should be, and then once we had, and we have the basic framework for it now, because like I said, I sent it to the sheriff and Rebecca, I think early this week, maybe late last week. So that we had a true accounting of what was needed, and then we would take the rest of that and we put it in overtime to make sure it was
So
covered.
here before long, Sheriff, you'll be coming back to ask for an internal budget revision for the 700 count on the
overtime.
Correct, and then at that point, it's all in
the personnel.
the 100 account numbers, so it's all internal.
Okay, because I know that when you took office, I think the overtime was already at upper 80%.
So it would make it easier
Mm-hmm.
for purposes of staffing and one of the things we've been working through the new Tyler software, and it's good that the sheriff is making this request now, is every position in the county will have a position number assigned to it. For example, the chief deputy may be 700-001. So that every one of the uniform positions in Department 700, all 62 of them will have a position number, so that when the sheriff sends over a request to fill a job, the first thing the software is going to say is, well, is there an existing vacancy? This way, all the uniform positions would have a 700 position number. Right, Gary?
Yes, sir.
See, I do listen.
Sheriff, is there anything you'd like to add to that conversation, that part of it?
No, sir. Like I said, it's a cleaner process, I feel, easier to track, easier to manage, I feel. Mr. Davis summed it up pretty well.
All right, I need a motion on the transfer of personnel and funding from 701 to 700 and 700 to 701.
So we'll be moving all the uniformed under 700. So there'll be 62 positions assigned to 700. And then we'll be moving all the civilians to 701, which means that the end of this, for this current fiscal year, as it stands right now, there will be 8 full-time and 1 part-time position assigned to 701.
So is the title on the 701 going to change, rather than service process? Is it going to change to administrative
Well,
staff?
under the chart of accounts from the state auditor's office, it has to stay
Under that.
service of process, but internally we can call it anything we want. For example, right now, if you look at our internal chart of accounts, we have 700 and 700A employees. 700 employees are uniform, 700A are those 7 civilians. Yep.
All right, need a
So
motion?
you want it effective March 1?
March 1st, please, if that's okay with the sheriff.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries, Sheriff.
Thank you very much. If I could move on to the front office admin dispatcher request, that position, as you heard earlier, I had good conversations with Jennifer. She has expressed the vacancies that she has there. I am looking at alleviating some pressure from that, and part of that effort, as well as the effort of keeping that office open to the community till midnight, is this specific request. The change that I've had since my request was that Heather Boyd, might not know her, but she was recently hired admin dispatcher under my predecessor. So what I have done is I've actually done a staff analysis in regards to picking the brains of the civilian staff that work for us, finding out their special skill sets and whatnot. I come to find out that Ms. Boyd possesses an executive management experience from a Bloomberg branch office down in New York. So with that being an example, I want to extrapolate from that and use her abilities as best as possible. She's already made several forms for the front office that's benefited the front office and made it more efficient. Again, she did this on her own accord, but she also expressed to me that she would like to do it full time. So I'm bringing this up now because obviously that would change my request that I initially submitted to you, asking for a full-time dispatcher. So what I would like to amend my request, if you so choose, is to hire Ms. Boyd full-time, go from part-time to a full-time position, and request a part-time admin dispatcher position instead of requesting a full-time. And again, this is in the spirit of keeping that office open to the community past 5:30 or 6 o'clock. That is, which me personally being a trainer and going around to places of higher education and calling the office in regards to specific training going on that they need to know about, I too have been victim to the answering machine. We have several, and I'm sure I'm not speaking any epiphanies here, but we've had several hardworking men and women that, whether they're traveling from DC or not, they get back to their house. They're well past 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they want to call in. They want to call into their sheriff's office and expect a service, not necessarily an answer machine. So
This was a big battle. A
Yes.
very, very big battle. And, you know, this is where the county council gets another black eye. But, you know, Sheriff, you and I hear Becky are elaborating that this is the right thing to do. You know, basically, one of the things that was a big complaint of ours is our sheriffs have asked the central dispatch to do their job. Well, those calls that you're talking about, oh, somebody ran and hit my mailbox. That's not an emergency from 911. Nor is, I think there, it could be all kinds of them.
Or it could be a theft. I mean, someone just, come home,
Right.
someone's gone, somebody broke into the house. It's
If I
not,
may, I'll bring up another example that was brought to my attention approximately 2017. Around about, there was a lady that got locked out of her house, and she called 911. 911 advised that it was a non-emergency. And she sat in the parking lot of the sheriff's office in her vehicle with her kids until the next meeting, because when she called the sheriff's office, she got the answer machine. She was told that we had that the next day. So it wasn't until 7:30, 8 o'clock the next day, when she spent the night in her vehicle, that she was able to speak, get that rectified. I don't know the specific details in that call, but honestly, I think it goes without saying that it would first to caring for the community. So that's just another example of that. I believe we can alleviate some pressure from Jennifer going this way. I think it's an easy thing, and I want to add in there that I would like to. It's agreeable that since we're 6 months early into fresh applications from the last hiring with Ms. Boyd, that I would like to use 118 applications that I could pull from, because this position, you understand how important it is. I'd like to fill it sooner rather than later. So I'd like to pull from this application. Because that's all.
But Mr. Davis is the HR guru.
Couple things. You have an existing MOU in place
I know.
that I think before you move forward should be revisited.
Well,
Because it took this council and the previous sheriff, actually the sheriff before, Sheriff Lemaster, to work out an agreement. So I think that needs,
that agreement is $300,000 now?
pardon me, sir.
Is it that agreement like $300,000 with Central Dispatch, or 100? I know at least 100 and some.
Well, that's why we ended up putting communications center money aside.
Right, that's what I'm
So
saying.
that's 300,000.
Right.
A couple questions that come into mind. If you only have one admin dispatcher that's full time, as you know, the employees get quite a bit of vacation and sick time. I know that there was some, and I'll say reluctance instead of refusal, some reluctance by the existing admin front office staff to do any type of dispatch, which is why the lobby was closed down. And the only other thing I want to remind the council is there had been a vacancy in the admin, in what I call 700A budget, just within the past year or so. Sheriff Keller, and again, this is no reflection on Sheriff Harmon, came to you and asked to abolish that position and reallocate that money as pretty substantial pay raises to the existing staff. So
Well,
just
no, that's
keep
going
all-
to lead me into
just
the next question to
kinda
the
keep
sheriff.
all that in
You have
mind.
time to meet later today?
Absolutely.
Tonight? Not today, tonight. Because I know, I mean,
well, we've done that several times in that office, in that department where we consolidated or done away with the position or changed the positioning so that money could be used for raises or some other purpose. And now we're going back the other way, creating the position back, that was there before, so
And in all
without
fairness
drawing the money back.
to your 911 director, Jennifer should be part of the discussion.
well, I'm just
also.
also thinking where you just get the green light to hire 5 non-emergency call takers. Is that if he's going to do what he's doing? Is that
That's part of it.
That's why I said Jennifer should be part of that discussion.
Right.
Well, and if you remember, Mary was part of the discussion when we
Sure.
sat down with Kenny and tried to
Right.
reorganize the whole thing.
Oh, I can remember some of those conversations
I can
with
too.
all of us together. But being optimistic, we'll find a way. As we said before, as long as we'll find a way to improve what we have. Let's put it that way.
I appreciate it.
Or everything we just said to Elaine meant nothing. As long as we row the boat in the same direction, we'll make something happen for the best of the people. And I think it's very encouraging for you to look at that, because it was, I'm telling you,
It was our
very
argument the whole
hard
time.
conversation.
I mean, our argument the whole time was that we thought that there was a problem when people call in and there's nobody there to answer.
Right, and Mr. Wine, you were very much part of that conversation, of how the phones got rolled over and what the process was,
And figuring that whole part out.
what was an emergency, what wasn't an emergency.
Does that mean I'm not the wrong kind of one today?
No, you're part of the conversation too.
I've heard it.
But, yeah, I mean, so, we hear you, we just can't give you the proof on that until we work through all this. So there's at least 4 different entities that's involved.
I understand.
Several arms of an octopus that will have to be coordinated.
But,
Well, and I think we're all stuck in that battle of wanting to do the right thing, with good intentions and understand what occurred historically and why it occurred, and then, the feelings that's been expressed today in reverse. Take a step forward, take a step back, and, but at the end of the day, I think again, we're on the same page, and it's a service to the community that we provide. I 100% agree that Jennifer should be.
Let
I
me ask-
appreciate you listening.
let me ask you a quick question. Basically, the call takers are gonna be at Central Dispatch and take non-emergency phone calls 24/7, 365. So if that's the case, I want you to think about before, if we try to meet this evening, if that's the case, is it important for you to have a call taker there? And dispatch out of yours when we're setting up. We've got Central Dispatch already set up for that, so not only do we have a new sheriff in town, but we also have a new 911 director, and, it's a lot of change for us to try to do. Would you think about that before we try to meet, if everybody's available tonight, or not the whole council naturally, but no more than 2 council members and staff, or Jennifer, I mean, if we put it together.
You referred in the mindset of dispatcher, Jennifer, doing what I'm wanting to do, is having a dispatcher at Laurel, that Jennifer's office would essentially take that back.
I don't know.
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
yeah, absolutely.
No, I think, I'm seeing,
He's just trying to figure it through, think about it. There's another thing though, wasn't there, I remember there was a part of the conversation was the panels that they had. Now, wasn't that, Gary, there was an issue
the
with,
equipment,
yeah, the equipment that they had in the sheriff's office.
look, he looked like a little bobberhead back there.
So that's gotta be, that's why Gary can't leave, because that was part of the conversation too.
All right. Sounds like we're gonna work through this one as fast as possible, because I know it is time sensitive to you.
So we just want to table that request until further.
Can we work through this as fast to put it back on the agenda for next week?
Your agendas are full, will make it work.
They would stop talking so much when it's
Yeah.
council meetings, we'd like.
And it's actually like the process, I could bullet point, certain pros and cons with it, send it to you, so I'm up here black and white with regards to cost.
Yeah, all right, well, let's try to get together later today, is that possible or not?
We're setting this board equalization review into 4.
Right,
Zoom
4:15 meeting. Yeah, no, now we can, we'll figure something out real soon.
Thank you, sir. Just the very last thing that I would like to present to the council is my request for a public relations specialist, is how I would title it. Of course, this individual would have many duties. It's going to be a three-pronged approach with this individual. This is a position that is near and dear to me, to move the sheriff's office forward, and again, the spirit of transparency with the community. How do we communicate the good that the sheriff's office is doing and put that out to the community? How do we communicate the resources that exist in this county? I attended the Edgesville council meeting last night. Was very well welcome, answered some questions, and I met a veteran gentleman that worked for the agricultural, well, not worked for, but represented veterans, disabled veterans and the like, for agricultural program. I would have never known this resource existed, where they provide a roughly 30 by 40 greenhouse for veterans free of charge with the setup to help produce produce. And they make honey, as you've seen the signs and whatnot. I personally bought the stuff, but regardless, my point being is that these resources exist out there, and the community really doesn't know all the available resources that exist out there. And I would like them to know that, and then this individual helped me relay that to the community through public service announcements. This individual will be responsible to reach out to the community, not only informing them of the resources that exist, but promoting and sponsoring community events. This person will closely work with Mr. Shiflett on social media platforms, and Mr. Shiflett, with my experience in Stuff-the-Bleed subcommittee, he makes very excellent literature, and I want that collaboration to occur between Mr. Shiflett and this public relations specialist. We will participate in public service announcements, where we will go live on our social media platform. Currently, what you're seeing on social media is between me and Captain Hall, who in the recent past was the only captain that I had at the time, and he had many thoughts in the fire. And so I want our social media page to be more active. I'm looking into a website, potentially a website. I haven't talked to Gary about that yet, but hi Gary. So we're going to work closely with him and see if that's doable. But I want our any platform internet-wise that we have out there to be proactive, productive, engaging, and so public service announcements like moving into a winter months and safety tips and whatnot, resources that exist, maybe bringing people in, like I know by Ed, the veteran that I met last night, and doing a personal interview on a public service live feed that the public can see, put a face to the name.
He doesn't have a good face for the camera. Mr. Forney doesn't have a good face for the camera.
Yeah, very true.
He'll be laughing at me. But I've throughout my efforts to gain office and being in office, I've realized there's just a plethora of resources out there that the public needs to know about. Short of having brochure holders, which we're getting in the front office, to hold and house this literature, I think we need to constantly feed the public this information. So this person would be the face of the sheriff's office. Let's talk about recruitment. Jennifer brought that up as well. We're talking about recruitment videos to help inspire people, attract people to come to the sheriff's office. And then a department video to show the professionalism and good things, and extrapolating from TV10. I've had good discussions with Mr. Hornby in that regard, and he's more than willing to help us and do these things. It's just that this position, obviously, with everything and that our officers are out there doing, want to hurry up and give the community this big picture, this big positive picture of the sheriff's office. And the only way I can do that and go to legislative sessions, which I have planned in not this coming week, but the week after, and for me to be out there to these council meetings and whatnot, is to have this person help me in that venture. So it is really important to me
if council would consider the public relations specialist, and we would extract from, again, that 118 application pool, which I've already identified an individual out of that, who possesses an extreme amount of experience in sponsorship, promotion, and public relations.
I think this is
Council
no,
would consider that, I appreciate it.
I think this is no different what we've done in our own office. Very similar. By the way, Mr. Shepard has resigned. He's going to work for another agency and we'll,
Feel free to use this. So we both. Yeah, and
So what-
My only thought with that thought process is, you know, does it make sense to have everybody have their own public relations guy, or should it be, you know, everybody working under one group to promote all the offices of the county?
I thought the same thing, Dan, but what I think, from what I can comprehend, is I think the one actually promotes and gets the message out could be one person, but the one that actually gathers the information and does the work behind the scenes would be more dedicated to the sheriff's department. And that's kind of like what I would say that the person that he's looking for would be more of the Mine Olmsted than the Chad Sheffield.
Yeah, when we found out yesterday that Chad had accepted a job, of course, I started an immediate dialogue with Matt about how we move forward, how we maybe reorganize, because we added the public information officer position almost 2 years ago, and now recently the strategic planning position just within the past 2 months. Those two positions should really be in lockstep with each other. So one of the things we are working on now is how best to utilize the two positions that we have. Not saying that this position isn't necessary, but I'd like to take a look at it more globally and include that in that.
I think when we merge, if we would move forward and merge our two positions together, I don't think there'd be enough time to do it.
Oh, there wouldn't.
No.
No, but I think, but does it, and I'm not saying that, I think there should be more dialogue with this whole topic. And the reason I say that is maybe they should all be working together, you know what I mean?
Well, it's something from
Kind of like Gary Wine. Gary Wine doesn't do everything that the IT does, but he has a team that does it. And, you know, is there a benefit to having a team doing that, or is it just, you know,
Well,
everybody
we've
has
worked
their own?
really hard over the years to consolidate our efforts at one central point. And I'll use IT as an example. 15 years ago, Sheriff's Department had their own IT budget, council had their own IT budget, circuit clerk, and we've been able to centralize that so that we didn't have a lot of different moving pieces, and that everybody was on the same page. So I certainly see the need for this. I just want to make sure that, to caution the council, that as we move forward, we don't decentralize your efforts, that's all.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not needed. I'm just saying, is it the best way to do it that way? I mean, even with IT, Gary's had people that were assigned just to handle one office. I remember when the clerk, Virginia Sutton's office needed, you know, somebody there, and I think at that point we had somebody just there to do work there, but it was still part of Gary's umbrella, so to speak.
I think Mr. President ended on to with in regards to our office. There's some specific obstacles that we have to tackle as a law enforcement. There is a distinct divide between the community perception and law enforcement. Use Portland, Oregon as an example. We have to be ahead of that, and we have, so that mindset does not trickle into the county, and having a person that could focus specifically from a law enforcement perspective on initiatives such as, not only the community events, but Kids ID, being able to speak at HOA meetings, PTA meetings, Rotaries, having National Night Out for Children, potential explorers programs, and Ladies Auxiliary, being able to speak to them. So there's a lot of internal law enforcement aspects that this public relations specialist will be involved in as it pertains to our department, which is a large department. But make no mistake about it, I have full intention of this individual spending just as much time over here as they do at the sheriff's office, because I completely believe in that collaboration. It's just not my resource, it's a county resource. So with your approval, this person would be rather resourceful, not only to the department, but I think it's benefit to the county. So.
I can tell you, it's kind of premature for me to say this, but I'm excited about the position. I'd be 97% there, because the whole thing that we've been talking about for years is changing the perception of the sheriff's department. You know? And you have 62 uniformed employees, you have 11 or 12 civilian employees. Like you said, that's a huge department. This is part of this ties in with the community policing, going out. It doesn't have to be a uniformed officer, in my opinion, to do community policing. It's someone that goes out and says, hey, makes friends with, sort of like Chief Richard did, go down and shoot a game of pool at the Boys and Girls Club with some people, and let them know that we don't only show up when we're there to arrest your mom and dad. We're your friends. You can call us when you see something going on. And that's huge. That's to me. Maybe I got to be careful, because we only have a certain amount of funding. But to me, community policing is a small department of its own.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I disagree with it at all.
I'm not.
My thought is, does it belong in his budget or in our budget to supply somebody that does that? And should it be a body that's doing it? Whereas if that person's not available, there's another person available, kind of on the same line of what Gary.
I understand. Be links to, be different links, but I think his department is large enough that one person would be tremendously busy.
One of the major focal points that this individual would help me with is obviously to not only retain the officers that we have, but recruit them. When you compare Jefferson County's 60 applicants to our 11, that is a huge issue, and that, to me, it is an image issue as well, as much as it is a communication issue. People are left in the dark after they pick up the application and apply for it. This person would pick up the phone. Hey, how are you doing? Please come in. Let's see where your weak points are. Let's work on those things. And they would help in that regard as well. So again, it's as far as an internal issue that I feel that we've identified with improvement and retention in this person. So that video and that communication that's crucial by itself.
I think it's very important, Sheriff, to say too that your dedication to this cause is pretty much proven through the article that I picked up in the paper. And I don't even get the paper. It just happened to be at my mom or my dad's house, and I picked it up on that Friday when I was there, and we never even talked about it. But there's a whole article about you, about getting out in the community and doing this publication of good news to the people. That's not costing the county a penny. It's all done by donations. So this is, to me, is piggybacking right up off that.
Well, the sheriff was at the grand opening of the USA Insulation yesterday.
Is
So.
that right?
Yeah, that was, and that's, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Rickard. This position helps me do those things. I won't say I'm not an office person, but I get a lot more pleasure being out there in the community and letting them know that at eye care, even in ribbon cutting ceremonies for installation, that we're here, we welcome you, business or otherwise, and shaking hands, so, that means a lot to me. I get a lot of joy in the help bringing that.
They were very appreciative of them doing that.
Would there be any interest, of course, I have to speak with Director Lilly, but through the Emergency Management Office, that's a grant funded position through the PIO. Half the salary could be covered by the state.
All the fixed
I mean, it's-
criteria.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, that is it worth the conversation?
All right, anybody else? Thank you, Sheriff. By far, you're the best dressed sheriff we've had for a while.
Thank you very
No
much.
disrespect to the other ones, but you're the only one.
They came in uniform.
They came in uniform, and they were dressed very well, in uniform, but it's nice to see the sheriff. And,
As an
Lane
executive
was.
position.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you guys' consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Penny, I guess we're gonna have to order some food in, there's no, we're not gonna have no break at all. Please.
So you keep talking.
No, I just know what's up in front of us. All right, next on our agenda is Randy Lilly, Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, request for additional firefighters.
If the council will recall, several months ago, Randy appeared before you and asked at least for the opportunity to recruit for some additional firefighters. In the current fiscal year, he did include the request for 3 additional full-time firefighters in next year's budget. The recruitment has closed. We got 50 applicants. Some very, very qualified applicants. And he just wants direction on how you want to move forward.
The 3 positions that we talked about a couple months ago.
You said recruit, but not to do any testing or anything until you back.
All right, and I'll ask you some very to the point questions.
Okay.
You said that these are firefighters that are going to, because of let me back up, the history that we've had with part-time firefighters, because they have the flexibility to go where the demand is and whoever pays them the most money, which a lot of times we end up short on that, right? So these 3 positions are going to be full-time positions that are going to replace the part-time staffing problem that we have.
Correct.
And they're 40-hour firefighters.
They're
They're not
40-hour
56.
We probably won't eliminate part-time.
You'll keep the pool, but
We'll
you're
still
limited.
keep the pool, but we won't utilize it as much. Currently, we're using part-time employees, probably we won't work more hours than we should.
So actually, so what you're telling me is the part-time budget will reduce,
Yes,
but not equally to the 3 full-time employees.
probably not.
Right.
But we run into, another thing with the part-time employees is they put in their time when they're available, so they kind of work when they want.
Sure.
So we can't force them to work. So then we have to use our current full-time employees.
Work
and
them
then
overtime.
overtime
Mhm.
in those situations. So we're aiming to reduce the overtime budget somewhat,
And-
and as well the part-time budget.
Right.
But the big thing is having reliability. You know those people are there, they're on the schedule, they're going to be there to work. You're not relying on, well, I can work tomorrow, I can't work tomorrow, or it's a holiday week is a big struggle. We don't like to work when the holidays run, we part-time, so we struggle. We're also, we recently lost a couple part-time employees here recently that worked quite a few hours for us, just because they were volunteers at other stations. They can become inactive at the volunteer station, so volunteer stations are pulling their fire gear. We don't buy turnout gear for part-time employees, so we've got a couple of part-time employees now that just don't have gear, so we can't work it. So now we have to pull from our
existing employees and pay them overtime. Another thing that's coming to light, still in talks, I guess it's been decided, it's just waiting on the date, is the ambulance authority is going to put a full-time medic crew back in company 50. That's going to leave a firefighter there by himself. They're going to be on the medic unit. They're gonna
This is just 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
just 6
Gonna
a.m.
create
to
a
6
problem.
p.m. It's not the 24-hour staff. We don't have a problem there.
So you're looking down the road that the 6 a.m., 6 p.m. in Back Creek Valley is gonna be 2 firefighters
It's
and
gonna be-
two.
It's going to be too. We can't leave a firefighter back there by himself.
No.
While the medic unit's out running that.
Nor can the medic unit go out by itself.
Right. So when the ambulance authority and group company 50, it sounds like this is going to happen maybe around the 1st of March. It's kind of the deadline that they're saying they're going to do that. They're going to put that full-time medic. They won't necessarily be training firefighting in that case. But the way the medic services in our county, that medic unit's not going to be set at the station. It's going to be out. It's going to be out and about.
A lot of times back there too, Randy, where it's the first call, whoever calls first, the ambulance goes out, then nobody get the fire truck out on a call that comes in 5 minutes later. Or if it's an accident,
Or vice versa.
right? Or structure fire, we get waiting for an ambulance to come somewhere else.
Yes.
So this is the part that I was gonna tell you, I want very black and white right now. These 3 positions would be to soften the load on backstaffing part-time, which should cut down the overtime and part-time. And the only other place that this would be used would be if we have to fill that spot in Back Creek Valley, which is probably, if that happens, that's 1.5 to 2 people right there.
That's going to be one. It would definitely be 1.5 full-time.
Every
people
day,
back.
yeah.
So currently with our current staffing, if that happens March the 1st, we're going to struggle.
Yeah, so 3 people's not gonna really help you from a part-time standpoint, it's only gonna give you 1 person.
Correct.
So what's the nuts and bolts of this? I mean, we're talking in just a little vague for me when you say, well, it's gonna cut us some here and it's gonna add some here. So, I mean, are we talking that it's gonna cut the equal amount from the part-time budget as one of these firefighters? That much is gonna come out of the part-time budget?
Oh, we're actually going to fill another slot, so it's going to cost you 1 guy right out the gate.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. That's why I'm asking the
So,
dollar
but
amount,
it will
because
help
then we gotta
soften.
buy gear for them too, right? So you gotta
The
supply
cost
that.
of one full-time firefighter without turnout. So that's just salary, entry-level salary for 40 air, FICA health insurance, and PERS is $65,521.
Turnout gear is about $3 grand.
So,
But that lasts you 10 years, as long as it doesn't go up or burn up.
So you're looking
close to $200,000.
70,000 per firefighter.
Yeah,
So
around
if you add
200,000.
3, it's gonna cost you over $200,000, and it will not be offset by part-time.
How much is the part-time going to reduce, or are we not going to reduce?
Well, it's really hard to say this year, only because so much of our overtime and part-time's been reimbursed by COVID. You may reduce your overtime budget by, 60 or 70,000. It may be equal to 1 full-time firefighter, but you're not.
That's my question.
Yeah, it's the return on investment as far as dollars. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, it's not going to be $200,000. It's not going to be that much. The investment is to be able to enhance our service level. Public safety.
I get it, but the flip side of this is that there's an argument that this isn't even our responsibility, and we're continuing to grow it. So that's why I just want to know what the dollars and cents of this is.
All this is doing is maintaining
What we have,
what you have.
other than Back Creek Valley, and that's.
Correct. It's honoring the MOUs that are in place. It's not expanding the hours. And it is, we know we're gonna lose that EMT / firefighter in Back Creek.
And Dan, I'm with you, I'm not ready to pull the trigger on this today for a motion, but I do need to see the numbers too. You know, I need to know, the projection of savings on part-time, I need to know projection of savings on overtime, I need to know what the cost is gonna be, and we know where the people's going. But at the same time, we need to know the total cost, and Dan's right, and I made that statement last night, we can't continue to grow the fire without a fee. We'll be spending more money this year, this budget cycle, paid firefighters than what the fire board will pay in operation.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we don't need it, I just wanna know where we're at and where the
Oh, I
money's coming
understand,
from and
I
how we
understand.
continue to grow, that's all.
Just with the
Because we gotta have a
presentation,
plan.
just with the presentation today, we're pushing $500,000 in new requests.
Yeah.
But the ambulance authority did not get out of the MOU that we currently have with them in Back Creek Valley, which works very well, even though they struggle of putting a real fireman there. That has worked extremely well. They have a low call volume, and it's working very well.
Well, we want to use that.
But there's an argument that Back Creek Valley needs full-time staff
Oh,
for
they-
the fire department totally.
They already said they would have took it a year and a half ago.
That's what I'm saying, and they're not the only one. I mean, we're gonna keep going. Somehow we gotta figure out revenue source here. That's what I'm saying.
And that
Actually,
also
the model
raises-
that's in Back Creek was the model that I was contemplating would be a great place for the substation that had to go and back by the woods.
Absolutely.
But that also raises the question about firefighters, EMTs. When we first started recruiting full-time firefighters, the requirement was that they be firefighters and EMTs. Over the years, that has not been the case. So now we have firefighters, we have some firefighters that are firefighters and EMTs, and I think their certifications are coming, the EMT certification is coming up.
Which I understand they're not gonna meet their certification.
We're working on it.
But we have
Not convinced of that, right?
we have
Right,
firefighters that are being paid the exact same thing that are not EMTs.
Well, that's a whole nother issue that we need to incentivize people to be both.
Right, but it also restricts, with the current arrangement we have in Back Creek, who Randy can assign to Back Creek, because if they're not a firefighter or an EMT, he can't assign them back there, because then they can't run with the ambulance authority. So that further restricts what he can do to schedule.
But the reason that was gotten away from was the amount of money involved in recertifying these guys, you know, and hiring these EMTs that for the most part, they weren't using those skills.
Doesn't make much sense to me, though, that if the finances work out in most jurisdictions around us to have that same thing happen where they have firefighters and EMTs that are cross-trained, and that's how they staff, so.
But Back Creek is the only place that we staff the ambulance.
I know,
We don't
but what
staff the heads of Betty Dillon.
I'm going with Alan's conversation. If everybody around us is doing it, it's probably going to be the most financial best financial decision to do it that way, and we've gotten away with it. So
We definitely, I think that's gonna be a conversation for another day, but we absolutely have in different places in the county government that when you get another certification, you get an increase in pay. We just did it for Roy today.
and
But that wasn't I don't think that's the case on the
EMT
fire
side.
side, right? So, me, if you're qualified for both, and which requires a huge amount of time for them to do that as well, to get their, and that's why I said I don't think we're gonna be successful in getting certification because of time. Not saying that they can't get it, but time.
how many of the ones that applied have both certifications?
I've not screened through all of them, but I can tell you, just looking at the names and knowing who they are, there's a lot of them that have both certificates.
We've had We've gotten a number of applicants from the city of Martinsburg, long-term applicants, long-term firefighters. Correct.
Well, and that's understandable, there's not a
Right,
good
but we know
relationship.
that they will be firefighter EMTs.
Well, one of the things that the ambulance authority was just talking about that I caught up on the tail end of it. This could even play a role in this, Eddie, somewhat. The difference between BLS ambulances and ALS. You know, if somebody calls in with a stub toe, you send a BLS. You don't waste that ALS
Yeah, there's times you
staff.
can screen those calls.
You know, or somebody's short of breath.
I think what you're referring to, I believe, ambulance authority is going to staff from that 7 station crew. That crew will be dispatched on BLS calls. It could be in the south end,
Right.
which will be the ALS unit available. Hypothetically, if it was in the Upper Hill area, they
Right.
would run to that BLS call because the urgency is not there for BLS.
Sure.
It's not life threatening.
It's kind of like a
what you just
non-emergency,
said.
right.
You're stumped toast, so that person can wait for that unit to get there, and that will leave that ALS crew in place to be able to run ALS.
Yes. Yeah.
I
So
I believe that's the conversation that I understood.
I believe, and I just picked up on the tail end of it, and on the surface, it absolutely makes sense. Because same thing, they've had a great success on staffing, but here recently, they've had a few people, part ways.
It sounds like we're talking like $150,000 to $60,000 increase, just with what we're talking about.
I'd say 150, yeah. Yeah, that's why we met last night about this fee. We cannot continue to pay firefighters out of our general budget. Additional firefighters, let's put that.
Well, the problem is you keep doing it, eventually it's going to go to the point where you're not gonna be able to do what is our job.
Right. Well, we made progress last night on that, so.
Not that I don't agree, we need it, because I think, in my opinion, this county, the size of this county probably should have full-time fire staff throughout the county. But there's no
funding.
There's no vehicle to make that happen.
I'm glad to hear progress was made last night. I apologize for missing the meeting. Judy called.
Oh, I seen it when I went home. So, all right, we'll put this on the agenda for next week. I know it's been.
Okay, I'll bring some numbers next week.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, send them out before next week.
We'll have it in the read. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Davis, you got changes?
Yes, sir.
Team
Just,
board.
if the council will recall, I don't know, it's been within the past 5 years. You had a request to recognize Berkeley County Teen Corps. It's not funded by any general fund monies. By the action that you took, several years ago, there's certain fines and fees that are levied in magistrate court.
New fees.
New fees.
Right.
That they actually add $5 to it, and it goes to teen court, and we set up a special revenue fund for that. So it's not commingled with your general fund.
How much is it?
As of and I knew you were going to ask that. At the end of June, or I'm sorry, at the end of December, the fund had $31,653.55. That's been accumulated $5 at a time, and there's been some drawdowns over the years.
I was gonna say, it must be if there's 55 cents in there.
I was gonna say, is there an interest-bearing account?
It gets interest.
Okay, well, that explains it.
We had not gotten a drawdown for a while, and we attributed some of that to, of course, like everything else, coronavirus. A month or so ago, we got a drawdown, an invoice from the Morgan County Partnership requesting a drawdown for some of these funds. So I told Tracy McCormick that we were not gonna pay the invoice because we didn't know who Morgan County Partnership was. So we got in contact with Stacy Brown, who, as you know, is the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, and asked her to provide us with some documentation, which I put in your packet. The Morgan County Partnership acts as the fiscal agent for Berkeley County Teen Court. The transition actually occurred in late March, but they just forgot to let us know. They have a teen court coordinator, which is my understanding is split between Morgan County and Berkeley County. My biggest concern was we weren't paying for services being provided in Morgan County when we're raising fees here, and Stacy's assured me that that's not the case. The Boys and Girls Club of Eastern Panhandle continues to serve on the Teen Court Advisory Board. Stacy is very pleased with the teen court coordinator that's in hand. The only thing that we're asking is that the council recognize, and I'm asking this on the behalf of Stacy, recognize the Morgan County Partnership only as the fiscal agent for the Berkeley County Teen Court Advisory Council. No changes in the way we do anything. It's just I didn't want to number one, I wouldn't authorize payment to someone I didn't know who they were, but I wanted the council to be aware of the change so that when you see it on your purchase order, well, you know what it's for.
So it just changed the name, it's still the same?
It is. Well, it's still Berkeley County Teen
Right.
Court. It's just that the Teen Court Coordinator actually falls under the federal idea of the Morgan County Partnership.
Well, what's it drawn down for?
It'll be for some salaries, for the salaries of the time that the coordinator spends in Berkeley County and some miscellaneous supplies. It's usually not very much, a couple $1,000 every quarter.
Yeah, Morgan County Partnership's been around for years. They were
Right.
one of the ones that took the lead on juvenile addiction.
And all you're doing is authorizing us to set them up as a vendor so that we can pay invoices.
All right, so you need a motion to approve that, or you need approval, or you need a direction?
No, if you would just give me approval,
Okay.
to set up Morgan County Partnership as the fiscal agent for Berkeley County.
Motion been made, do we have a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion?
Now, is there an audit procedure or anything like that?
It's all they're still part of our, they fall under our banking arrangements, so yes, they're audited just like all of our other accounts are.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Need a motion to go to executive session for county council personnel, economic development, and pending litigation.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are in executive session.
Thank you.
I need to go to the bathroom too.
First.
Thank you.
we're back in session. No action coming out of the executive session. So I see the assessor's office is here. Is there any activity or anything coming in?
Mr. President, you need to call the Board of Equalization.
All right. All right, we're back in Board of Review and Equalization for session number 3. We don't need, you're not asking for a motion on that, right? Just a statement. All right, Mr. Street, you said you have some changes?
Yes. I actually had 2. The first one is map parcel number is 06-21-180. It is the Paloma.
Recovered.
It's at the end of Robert Street, Wilson.
Wilson, right.
It's at. I had a call from the owner. And
Byron
he
guy?
expressed some.
No Byron guy?
Yeah.
Yes, the old Byers guy. And he had spoken to me this morning, so I went and did some research on it. And after looking at it, these properties like that is kind of specialized for us, and we don't necessarily have a distinct land use code that it fits under. So you kind of got to put it best case. And we call these, because of the nature of nursing homes, it's close thing that we have to what they have. And I got to looking at it, and I thought, in that respect, that the grade that we had on the building was a little high for the rest of the nursing homes that we have in the county. So I had made a change with that, and the back end of the lot there falls off to Jefferson Street in the back, and other than where the building sits and a little bit further behind it, the rest of the lot basically is just like made a difference on land value for that last half. So what I would, and I'm gonna read to you the appraised and assessed of what currently is, and then I'll give you what I have proposed to bring them to. Currently, the appraised value of the land is $135,600. The building value is $789,300 for a total appraisal of $924,900. The assessed value there would be $554,940. After making the changes, an appraised value on the land would be $112,800. That would work out to be an assessment of $67,680. A building value of $614,100 appraised value with an assessment of $436,140. The total appraisal now would be $726,900 and a total assessment of $436,000. I'm sorry, that's wrong. That is wrong. A building appraisal value of $368,460. I'm sorry, a building assessment value of $368,460, which would bring a total of assessment of $436,140 for that parcel.
Down from what? 924.9?
Well, the appraisal started at $924,900, and the new appraisal figure that I'm proposing would be $726,900, which brings the assessment at $436,140.
All right. I need a motion to accept the change.
So moved.
Sorry.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion?
Is that the same class as the old IRS building down there that, what's that, Mountaineer?
Mountaineer behavior, yes, and which is the next one I had proposed change for. Reason being on these buildings, because especially when I was down there this past summer after they had opened up, or this fall I think it was,
left it be as an office building, but being that seems like these, there's plumbing, we're striving that as a nursing home. It would only be right to say the same for them.
Right,
instead
that's
of
why I
that.
asked.
So that did make it a little bit of change in the building value down there by calling it that and making those changes on that. So for that same,
All right, wait a second. We have a motion on the floor.
Wait a second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, no, it's true.
and the next parcel is 01-12, parcel 57, and it is the Mountain Behavior Health Facility. And being that rest seemed, the other one was being treated as a nursing home, I thought best to do the same thing with those because it's an in-treatment facility there. Currently, the appraised land value is $515,000. That makes an assessment of $309,000. A building value appraised at $2,656,800.
What was that, 2 million what?
$656,800. That makes an assessment of $1,594,080, which would give us a total appraisal $3,171,800, an assessment of $1,903,080. That's current. What I'm proposing, the land value would stay the same. The building value then, after making the changes and calling it a nursing home, same as the other inpatient facility, the building value would then be appraisal of $2,567,500. That would make an assessment of $1,540,500 for a total appraisal of $3,082,500. That would make the assessment of $1,849,500.
Entertain a motion.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor, a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any other, Mr. Hess?
I think they ought to be called in-house client care facilities.
Yeah, I do have one that we corrected, and we've already written it in the books, and I didn't get it to bring over to be approved.
Okay.
But this one is, it's in Mill Creek District, map 14, parcel 51. It's owned by Marion Slater. And what happened is when there was a pole building there, and we had codes for pole building, usually AP 1, 2, 3, whatever. It got keyed as a pool, as an RP 5, and the price got about 30,000 higher than we should. So we called it and we corrected it. So and I have appraised values, I don't have the assessed value. But the appraised value on that pool building, and we priced it as a pool, was $37,890. So we corrected it, it's now $11,150.
Okay.
And we have corrected it.
All right.
Other than that, it's.
Entertain a motion on the change.
So moved.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
That's all we have.
All right, thank you. All right, next on our agenda is, Nicholas Deal, the Executive Director for the Airport Authority for, 2021-22 budget presentation. Not to put any pressure on you, Mr. Deal, but we've already had $500,000, new requests, so just wanted.
Yeah, feel free to answer anything.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna keep mine down just a little bit.
Thank you, next.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you all very much for your support in the past. We've been lucky enough to have two of you on our board now, so we're excited to have that. And congratulations.
Thank you.
We've got a lot of moving parts in Berkeley County right now, so we're excited to see it. We requested $250,000 this year. When we talked last year, we were talking about this big project we were going to take. We are doing pretty well with that. We purchased the LEO, we purchased the charter service, the several hangars, and we've done quite a few improvements. And I think that we are well on our way to what our target is to ultimately be an independent airport. We knew last year going into this that it would probably take us 2 to 3 years to get there. And so we feel like we're doing pretty well at the moment. Just to give you an idea, the fiscal year 18-19, the previous FBO sold 117,000 gallons of fuel for that fiscal year. The fiscal year 19-20, they sold 124,000 gallons of fuel. We've owned it for 7.5 months. To date, I don't know about today, but as of yesterday, we'd sold 125,000 gallons of fuel in 7.5 months.
And what's the reason for that?
We're really good at it. There are a lot of reasons for that. First of all, as commercial airports have seen fewer and fewer operations, our operations have actually gone up. We think we're going to be about 40,000 operations this year, which is well above anything we've ever been at.
That's private?
This is all private and corporate flights.
Yeah, not including the air guard.
Right. Well, the Air Guard makes up somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 or 16% of those operations, so it's not much. Most of this is private, and their operations were actually down. So these are really mostly private. We are seeing more aircraft come and go than we've ever seen. We have had the good fortune of having some large military aircraft come in to get fuel. And so we sold a lot of fuel on our military contract. And so we also got some equipment that allowed us to service some of these larger aircraft. For example, you all probably saw when the troop for the 157 came back, they flew back in on a large charter jet, but they used our air steers because historically they wouldn't have been able to even get off the airplane because we didn't have air steers.
Facilities.
The Guard didn't have. And so, and we also got some other large equipment that we were able to use that stuff several times. To give you an idea, this is and those on our board will get this actually. You'll be hearing about it more on Monday. But our operations from 20 to 21 have increased 67%. So that's a pretty sizable number. Of course, our jet fuel sales are up 133% from last year. Our avgas sales are up 70% from last year. Our flight school hours are up. Our charter hours are up. And we are right on track with our budget. So we are doing everything that we can do to continue to see that kind of growth at the airport. One of the things that we hadn't really anticipated is the fact that we have a lot of deferred maintenance on some of the other parts. Now, we spend quite a bit of time, quite a bit of money just doing basic things. For instance, we've had to fix lights, not just replace light bulbs. We fixed light fixtures. We've had to fix roofs. We've had to fix air conditioning systems. A lot of things we hadn't anticipated gone into our expenses for this past year. So as we move forward, we think that we're closer than we've ever been to being independent. We hope we're going to be at about $2 million. Our budget is about $2 million this coming year, and that's up from last year when I was talking to you guys. Our budget was what, 470,000. So we're a little bit over 500. So give you an idea of what we've been doing.
So we're gonna use the extra, was it $70,000 or something more? Where's it gonna go from maintenance or?
Well, so what we've done is we've spent this year trying to address those maintenance issues, trying to do the renovations we need to do, and trying to get the equipment that we need. This coming year, we're going to focus a lot of energy on bringing new business in. we're obviously still focused on trying to bring some cargo business in. We need to sell some property. We have some industrial property south of Novak that I'm in some discussion with some site consultants now to be able to sell some of that. We've got to continue to build out our fixed base operation and continue to build out our charter service and continue to build out our aeronautic industrial park, which is on the north side of Novak Drive. And so what we're going to do with these additional funds is most of that's going to go into trying to put things in place that we need to be able to continue to see that kind of growth.
Do you need any additional help out there, or is that?
Yeah, we do. We have very intentionally not budgeted for additional people in our request. What we've been doing is we've been utilizing contract folks here and there when we need them for certain things, and we will do that in the coming year versus having somebody that's on staff all the time that we're just stuck with forever. We do know as an organization that we're going to have to add another person probably in the coming year, but we think that our sales will be able to support the expense of that.
So, I guess, Nick, I mean, in 2019-20, we gave the airport $69,000. Last year we gave them $181,162 because of the vision that y'all had and needed bridge money. So this year your request is $250,000 because you need additional bridge money. Is the bridge going to be built next year?
That's our goal. I won't sit here and make any promises, but that is our goal. I feel like we are significantly closer than we were last year. And I think that, of course, Jim's only been on our board for a month or so, but he's been around for a lot longer than that, and I suspect he can tell you.
Not because of the gray hair.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, here he is asking for $250,000 and he don't have one gray hair.
Oh, I got plenty of here.
Wouldn't it be
We need
fair
to start asking.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that, and I don't think you mentioned that unless I was dozing off about all the renovations that were done, and those renovations were priced and budgeted before COVID, before the inflation and all the material costs, and they were built after the inflation and the material costs are renovated in that. So
you had some overruns?
Yeah,
We saw about a 33% increase in our renovations specifically, and then even in some of the maintenance work we've had to have done, we were a little surprised at how much just supplies have gone up. We're in a good county here, and we try to use local business as much as we can. They have been very good to keep their costs at a reasonable rate, but I mean, supplies, as you all know, supplies have gone up pretty dramatically.
By about 33%.
Is that what the number is?
Or more.
yeah, no, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, except labor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you look at OSB is $24 or $27 a sheet down. A year ago, it was $8.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know I bought 3 6x6s to build our new little thing for our post office boxes over at NRV West, and I'm pretty sure that these are just regular wood. I mean, I forgot what they were per.
Mahogany.
Yeah.
Mahogany. Pressure treated mahogany.
It's just shocking how much they were.
Yeah. And I just want to point that out.
Yeah, no, that's a very
that was a significant change in what we were expecting when we took over, as well as the deferred maintenance as well.
Anything to add?
We're doing this well in the middle of the economic crisis.
You're supposed to come up to.
Yeah, we're saying all those the context of those performance increases is during a pandemic and time when a lot of people aren't doing well. So we're very excited if we can turn the page next year. We don't know what it will do in the FBO is doing really well. We're maximizing the use of our properties. The well, that will think aircraft utilization, age of aircraft, and the best time to perhaps get replacement aircraft and the age of what we have now. So, and we're supporting more people, more jobs. We probably have 11 or 12 full-time employees, but then we probably have 4, 5, 6, 7 other pilots and other people that work on a contract basis with the department. I just think your money's well spent. We've got a handful of jobs.
Okay. Any other questions for Rico? All right. Thank you all. Sorry y'all had to wait.
Not a problem at all. Thank you all so much for your time.
$250,000.
That's right. I waited until. I really appreciate it.
See you Monday.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is Beverly Van Meter, President of CCAP Loaves and Fishes for a budget presentation for 2021-22. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you know, our grant request for this year is $2,000. That's 100% increase from last year. And I'd like to share a few statistics with you about CCAP Loaves and Fishes in general. What we make the grant request for is rental assistance to residents of Berkeley County. And we'll start with that. We had an increase of almost 10% in the amount of rental assistance that we provided in 2020 over 2019. And I think that was largely due to fallout from the pandemic and pursuing issues, people losing their jobs. And I think it would have been worse had it not been for some of the stimulus money that was released early, but as that was used up, we saw, and the unemployment rate continued to rise. We saw a lot of first-time clients. That increased by about 15%. And of course, our client base is not necessarily a stable one, except in our elder population. We do have a lot of elders who depend on us regularly for food assistance. Rent was 64% of our budget in 2019. It went up to 72% of our budget in 2020, and I expect it to go higher this year. We have started the year already with an increased demand for assistance with rent, and the majority of the requests are first-time clients. Our rent policy is to provide assistance once in 5 years. This is based on a social services estimates of the amount of time involved in a family cycle of living in this country. In other words, how often do they move, when do they change residence, and what's an average time that would be reasonable to accept a second request for assistance with rent. So, based on that, we have made an increase in our request. We have also requested from the city, from the CDBG grant, and received a grant of for 2020, I'm still thinking of it as this year. For 2020, we received $7,000, which was our request, and then we received a second provision of $7,000 when we were into the year in April, I believe we received that, and that was a COVID allotment. The block grant, as you probably know, is only for residents of the city of Martinsburg. So when we're allocating rental assistance, we use our zip code map and to determine who's in the county, who's in the city, by their stated residence. We do have a larger demand for rent from city dwellers, so to speak, than we do from county dwellers, but we do use a lot of our rent money from the grant, and we have very little to supplement our own funds for residents strictly of the county. And I don't know if I made that clear. We use the CDBG funds for people who are within the city limits. We use funds that we get from the county for people who are in the county but outside of city.
Okay.
That's what I intended to say, but I didn't make that very clear. So, any questions about the request for grant money for rent?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to know about CCAP loans? There's some things I can tell you. I don't want to take your time, except to say that rent is really more than half of our budget every year, and so it is a big need, and there is a greater need for that fulfillment, and I think it's going to grow this year.
I think one of the things you said in the past, you may have said this time, is this isn't if you assist with people, it's not something that's consistently being helped upon, right?
One time in 5 years.
One time in 5 years, so 1 month's rent in 5 years is all you do. Okay.
Well, sometimes it's a little more than 1 month's rent. You know, it depends on the amount of what's in arrears. Our cap is $800. So there are a number of, and that's from when we put all of our resources together. So there are a number of people now asking for rental assistance who owe a lot more than that. We encourage clients to come to us when they first fall behind, because we don't have the capacity to secure funds for someone who owes $2,000, $2,400.
Right. So you're trying to keep them on pace.
Yes. But what we do, we will grant as much as $800. And of course, if the rent that's owed is $475, that's what we're going to pay.
Right.
Just because we have that limit set at 800, that's our budget. And so some people are right at that limit, but if they have received rent once, we always look it up when they come in. We verify their address and the location, and if they come in inside of that 5 years, we're not able to help.
Okay.
You seen your numbers increase in this past year on people coming for assistance?
Yes, for all of our assistance. For rent, there was in 2020, there was a 6%
6% increase over 2019. That's in the total of our budget, the amount of our budget that we devoted to rent. But in monetary, in the money that we actually laid out, it was approximately $137,000. What we paid out for them assistance in 2020.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. I'm still holding on to that offer for the county employees to challenge the city employees in a food drive for CCAP loaves and fishes. Have a little friendly competition and gather up some food for CCAP to distribute. I offered that challenge last year, but I didn't have any takers, so I haven't given up on you. I know you all can do it, and you can probably beat the city, but I'll just leave that as the last comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, are you expecting any other board members or anybody? Are you expecting anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll take you now. Mark Jordan, Executive Director, Convention and Visitors Bureau. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Right back on schedule.
Boy.
Thank you.
There you go.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come before you. Talk a little bit about what the CBB has done over the past year. Of course, as you know, it's been a pretty unique year. And we've done pretty much across the state as far as tourism goes, as well as here. For the most part, we've been open. Talking to gas and whatnot, we were closed mid-March through most of May. After which we implemented some of the security or safety protocols, distancing, mask wearing, things for your hands and whatnot. So we've had a lot of people come here, despite the pandemic. People trying to get out, they want to get out. So we had to offer go outdoors, which is a nice safe space to be. And so we have seen a lot of people come here from the big cities, trying to escape the closest of everything. Normally we have visitorship throughout the year, roughly around 3,000 to 4,000 people. We're down about 1,200 this year. So far in January, we have already eclipsed our pre-pandemic numbers for January. So people are coming back. Some of the things that of course I'm here to discuss is funding. As you know, I'm not asking for anything additional as far as funding goes. It's just strictly funding from the hotel motel tax, which we currently get 3%, as you know, and goes to Parks and Rec. Some of the successes that we've had this year, once the pandemic hit, we halted most, if not all, of our advertising. For about a couple of months, probably till mid-June, we sort of re-strategized, focused on a more safe-oriented advertising in the Mid-Atlantic region, so that people can make a quick drive here, visit, go outside, go fishing, go hiking, whatever they need to do with their family. And that seemed to have helped bring more visitors here. We've been watching what the state tourism office does, and they've been doing the same thing. We do a lot of co-ops through them, they also cut their co-ops as far as print advertising. As far as the state level, come to the state, come to the whatnot, and started focusing more on social media advertising, web advertising, which is something that we've done, but not to an extent of that's their budget. As well, we've actually, thankfully, we've been marketing our geocaching, which for some of you who may not know, some of the council members may not know, is basically an internet treasure hunt that we do. And we started in 2014-ish. And Berkeley County, we've had 5 trails out, and what it is we have partnered with a local gentleman named Tim Eggleston, who is West Virginia Tim, according to in the geocaching world. And he creates these little geocaches for us, and what it is that they're putting in certain positions, locations in the area where it's next to a business, historical area, outdoors, someplace we want people to see. And they use GPS coordinates to find these, in his case, birdhouses. They solve a puzzle, they get into it, and they seek the information. In this case, is a word. And once they solve 15, they come back to the CPD, they get a point. Well, Berkeley County is still, it started in 2015 as being #1 county for geocaching in the country. We still remain the #1 county for geocaching in the country. And that is based on information received from geocachers themselves. Whenever they solve a geocache, they either like it or don't like it, much like social media. Based on their likes, we're #1 in the country. And in 2019, we started the 5th geocaching tour, our trail. Simultaneously, we launched a geocaching tour, which is 55 geocaches, all done online. And we are currently the #1 geo tour in the world as far as save points. So that's still growing. People are coming here from all around the world, with the word but a lot of people are coming here from around the country. But they want to go outside. They realize that it's something safe to do. And that part of our marketing strategy is still very strong. And some of the other things that we've done while we've been sort of open and trying to re-strategize what we're going to be doing going forward, we have been looking at some of the waterways that we have in the area, Black Creek, looking at some of the waterway accesses and trying to see what we can do to try to make them a better place for our tourism and our visitors to go and experience what we have to offer. We've partnered with Parks and Rec and created some brochures, which you have in your packet. That's the Courthouse Park brochure and also the Parks of Berkeley County brochure. We worked with them to develop that, to try to make something that we can give to people who come here and want something to do. And then we also partnered with the Historic Society in creating a brochure for our museums, which you also have in your packet. And then something that we just finished doing, we have a new visitors guide, a new visitors brochure, which you also have in your packet. Instead of a small brochure like this, it's more of a larger, we call it a magazine style. It's 12 pages. It shows the best of what we have to offer, which is a lot. And it's getting some good reviews from people across the state. And we work with a local company here, Chris and Webster, they have developed that out. And it's something that we've been working toward for quite a while. And actually this quiet time has given us a chance to develop it thoroughly and embed it and go over it several times to make sure what we have in there is all we want. And as well, we have also looked at our grant program. We have revamped it, fixed it, added a couple of things, sort of made it more community friendly. In that case, we have we're offering the seed grant, which we've always had. Seed grant will range anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, and is designed to help establish an event that will appeal to a larger tourism audience. resulting in more short-term hotel stays. And we require a 2 to 3 year commitment. We don't want something that's going to be done, and finished, and out of the way. A 2 year commitment, 2 to 3 year commitment on both parts. Our part as a CDB and their part as a person having it. That's the first one. The second one is more as a support grant. It's a grant not to exceed $5,000 and is designed to provide continued support for events that are already established. Sometimes they may not need a seed grant, but they need a little bit of support. And this grant is for them. And the other one is a media grant, which is a grant that will range anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500. This assists local businesses and nonprofits who have some type of tourism appeal to help develop either their long-term marketing strategy. They may need some help with the website to get their assets launched, or some printing paraphernalia, whatever they need. You just need that little extra boost. The newest one is a capital improvement grant, which is right now it's open. What that is going to be is it's going to be funded by whatever's left over in our grant line item. Will be that amount for the improvement grant, and what it is it's to help a business or nonprofit whose project is here to help either the local community and the tourism experience. For instance, if Organ Society has a pathway that needs some signage on, they don't have the funding to do it, then come to us and ask for it. Perhaps Main Street or whoever wants to put up another, whatever they may be doing, and they need, that will help benefit the tourism, like the new big painting inside the mural, and they don't have the funding to do it. And so that is a benefit to our tourism, it's a benefit to the community. They come to us and ask questions. It's that type of situation. And it's something that we've been looking at doing, as you know, for several years. Again, this downtime has allowed the board to look closely about what we're doing and how our shortcomings and some things that the community need. And this has sort of refocused our thoughts to our local community, because we are a community, we are a part of our community. We are a part of the community, and as well as marketing to people outside our area. When the time comes, when we all come back. And this is the way that we feel that show the CBD is a player in our local area. Some of the hotels, motel tax, of course, is just taken. But I spoke to some of the hoteliers. It wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be. Because mainly because of the location. Right on 81, you have a lot of building going on, and they need places to stay. And so that's worked well for us. Usually the hotel occupancy is about 70%, roughly. Right now it's running about between 55 to 60%. And that's been like that all year. During the pandemic, it's not bad. There are some places, other CBDs throughout the state who would love this. And what we're doing up here.
Mark, walk me through the process of the grant applications and the turnaround. So basically, I see a $10,000 support grant. Seed grant of $10,000, support grant not to exceed $5,000, and a media grant for $2,500. Does that mean that if you host a large event, you can ask for all three? What's the application process? What's the turnaround time and all that stuff?
You can certainly submit for all three. It's up to the board to decide. I have a sheet that I go down to make sure that everything hits the right dots that we're looking for. But the turnaround time is, if you get it submitted, it's usually 30 days.
Okay.
As far as
fairly quick then.
Fairly quickly. We're not going to sit on anything. It's just a board decision. Whatever they feel, I'll bring it for the board. And sometimes, depending on what the project is, the board may want to talk to the person directly to do a presentation. at a large event.
Because this is one of the things I've been talking about here in the council you know, how do we help hosting events? And this is actually one of them to do is to go through the grant application. So do you have a bullet point, kind of to guide them through the grant application of what you're looking for in the grant?
Yeah, it's, we haven't finished out the whole grant read yet. It's sort of loosely put together. There will be bullet points of what we're looking for and what they need to do to make sure that they meet whatever the specifications are. And some of them are simple as type and handwritten, stuff like that. But they need to meet certain standards. We're not just going to give out money because, hey, that sounds cool, that's good. They have to meet standards. And they have to be something that we feel will draw in tourism, tourists from the area as well as a good benefit to the community. Not just some whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, there'll be guidelines in place, bullet points types of things. It's very simple. It's going to be a very simple application. It's not going to be the
Right.
We want to keep it simple because we want people to do it. A lot of people are turned off by the big giant grants. We're here to help.
Yeah.
And we
a couple
want to,
pages would be enough.
right. We're here to help and we want to support our community while bringing in tourism. That's what we're here for.
Mark, are you able to do any marketing like with the National Park Service, like with Harper's Ferry in particular? I mean, Harper's Ferry is a shining spot right now. A lot of people wanting to come out in the fresh air, walk in a beautiful place. Are we able to capitalize on any of that at all?
Well, we do capitalize on it because of our location. We have the hotels where Jefferson County doesn't really have a hotel that we have a number. But that said, we have partnered with other CVBs in our region, the Eastern Panhandle County, Berkeley County, Jefferson County, as well as Branson CVB. We've partnered together to put together a brochure, Eastern Panhandle Travel. So when that goes to the people's hands, they see everything we do in the area. As far as directly with the Park Service, because we are Berkeley County CVB, we don't directly do anything with that because of how our stipulations. Jefferson County does. We do partner with Jefferson County, CVB, to do some things on a region, like I said, region note, which brings in that information to us and gets our information out to you. We do have a great partnership with our local CVBs. That's one thing that I was thought about building that was lacking earlier in the previous administrations. I felt like a good partnership with our local areas and just a win-win for everybody. Especially us because we're in the middle, we're on 81, easy access, and you can get anywhere you want to.
One of the things we've talked about, Mark, over the years, and Dan done a wonderful job of saving the Mark train to keep it going down to DC. I think recently I've been told that it's went from 3 down to 1. Is that true? Can't we do some type of advertising to enhance the ridership? I mean, up until probably what, two or 3 years ago, I never even knew it was there. I mean, I knew it was there, but I didn't know the Mark train. I could, ride right to DC and get out and enjoy life. Didn't have to fight traffic. As a matter of fact, Mr. Davis and I, was you? Dan, we went down and caught the metro, I guess, and what a disaster that was. I would never do that again, right? But unfortunately, lived here my whole life. I didn't know I could go downtown Martinsburg, park and ride the train, or even pick up Amtrak. I rode the Amtrak to DC once. It seems like we need to market that better because I can't imagine even someone that would be in Hampshire County wouldn't drive to Martinsburg, catch a train to go down to DC.
Sure. We've actually had, to your first point, we have this probably the past 2 years. when we started marketing at the fuel station down in DC, Berkeley County, and for the whole of Japan, again, it's a regional partnership. People have started coming here, but it's mainly through Amtrak, because what they drive. Because the MARC train times aren't really conducive for people to come here to stay, because there's people who are looking to stay downtown who don't have places to stay, unless you have Airbnb. I've said, I think this last time this year, we had people call us from DC and say, hey, we saw your ad, we want to come out and have a good time, we want to see you're downtown. And they asked if we had hotels, walking distance, and no, we don't, but you know, we have some along 81. Well, we want to stay downtown because we want to experience the downtown life.
Right.
But you know, so that's what killed that. We started advertising lightly. We're going to go more heavily into it about people going from here, as long as it's here. Since the pandemic, people going in from here to DC. We've had that happen. It's usually around cherry blossom.
I was gonna say, we got cherry blossom season, get right around the corner.
Usually the last couple of years, we've had people come into the CBB, we help put together a tour guide situation. People come in from other parts of West Virginia, and actually keep them on. If they wanted to go, we get notified for traffic.
Right.
So we gave them a schedule, we gave them things to do, where to go, where not to go, that kind of stuff. And they called the MARC train, spent the day down there for cherry blossoms, walked around the mall, and the museums, and came back that night.
Right.
That's ideal.
Right, that's what I was gonna say, you got all the museums, you got, even if you wanna go down to DC, to see a Capitol game or
Sure.
anything.
Yes.
It's so easy.
It is easy.
Especially with Uber.
It is. It's an easy thing to do from here to there, not from there to here. Now, the governor, pre-pandemic, asked the state tourism office to help us here in Eastern Panhandle specifically help advertise the MARC train and advertise Amtrak, because advertising on those, especially Amtrak, is outrageously expensive. And they said they were going to, but they're going to. They can negotiate better, help pay for part of it. Fully take advantage of. I've been asking them, and it's still on track to happen, just not right now. So we'll see what happens with it. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. And you know, we've been doing a lot of social media with it. People have been looking at it. Some people know it's there. Some people prefer it. I mean, it's here. Just take advantage of it. Less headache. It's in the train. And it drops you off right where you need to be.
I will attest to that. So much easier.
Hopefully, hopefully it'll still be here. You know what Maryland Transit's doing.
Right.
Or West Virginia.
Yeah. All right. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions?
But you're an easy one.
I didn't ask you
I know.
But if you want to give us
Yeah.
now, I appreciate it. And I came with some neat stuff to look at. But we're down here on Queens Ray Street. Stop by anytime. We'll be there on there. As our new liaison. But anyway, anytime you want to come by, come down. Where you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Say hello to some of the board.
Board President, contact our lead and him.
We haven't heard him say a word. It's been a quiet day.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Do you have anything you need to catch up on, Mr. Davis? Anything we left out today?
No, sir. All about.
Yeah, take a break.
Keepstone.
All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is H.D. Boyd, Berkeley County Roundhouse Authority for a budget presentation for 2021-22. Good afternoon.
How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Okay, well, I'm back again this year. We've gotten a decent amount done this year considering COVID and not really being able to do much on the facility, but we're able to finally get the bathrooms in. We're about to get signed off on full use of those. You know, there's a couple different things. There's a rundown of where we were and where we are now. You know, when I started back in 2014, I think it was very little money, no income. We had nothing really going on other than giving some tours for donations. As the time passed, we started doing the rail days, and we started doing the raid and different things, and then started bringing in weddings. We had Mike and Spring Giovanelli joined us as volunteers. They were there more often, able us to accompany more things on the property. Of course, we got shot down with the first bids on the bathrooms because we were double our amount, like you all know. And we came back, worked with the state, worked with Alpha, got that project reorganized, got a new agenda, did it in a 5-step process. We were able to at least get the bathrooms and the sprinkler system put in, and we were out of money. We reapplied for the remaining money for a grant from the state or from the Department of Highways again, and we actually were granted that money this year.
100%.
Well,
Wasn't it?
it was and it was. That's what I found out today. I'm still not 100% on that. He announced that we got 100% of our money,
Yeah,
and
that
then
was part of
today
it.
I've been told this morning that possibly we need to come up with 20%, which is about $150,000. I actually just found that out like 20 minutes ago.
It was, I was part of that conversation that day. It was 100%.
Yeah, well, I'm working to still try to get that clarification. I thought so too.
I'm just,
And I'm like this with you because I've reached out to you know, Delegate Barrett and some other people who haven't got my answer. I spoke to Elaine earlier today because the guy from the Department of Highways, Mark Schuler, the one that we've been working with down there, he kept insisting that we have to come up with a match. I thought the governor said all the money was there. Now, Mr. Schuler had also told me there's a thing called toll money, that if we didn't get 100% of the money, we needed to come up with 20%. We could go to the governor and ask for the toll money. And toll money is basically fake money. We would end up getting 500 and some thousand minus the match. They'd say they put up the match. We get the federal money, but that's what money we have. So we've been chasing that around and chasing the paperwork and the finalization on that since he announced it. We've still not received anything in the mail, got an official anything. Like I said, I just heard 20 minutes before I got here that now they think we have to come up with 20%.
I thought there was like an equity match that we were able to apply if we had to, of stuff that was already done and you know,
That's what
like,
I thought too, since we were in a lower income area or whatnot. If we put up what, you know, things that we put in kind, then that would count as the match too. We've not been able, we're trying diligently to get an answer on this. We've not got that. So I'm not here asking you for that money. Like I said, I just found this out 20 minutes ago. Honestly, the only thing I'm here to ask for today was the insurance money again. Because, you know, I've told you every year that we're eventually going to be self-sufficient, and we're getting there. But this last year with COVID, we haven't been able to do any of our regular events. We did have a couple weddings. You know,
how'd that go?
Oh, they've all been great, and a couple of them pushed back for next year, this fall coming. You know, I don't think of one canceled altogether because I don't know if they just decided not to get married now. I don't know what happened with them, but they didn't elect to pick another date. Everyone else has either picked another date and we booked more. I think we're up to 12 weddings coming up between August and November of next year.
That's pretty good.
And we upped the price on it. Now, the people who were already booked in, of course, we're honoring last year's price because of COVID. But since we have the bathrooms finished, we reorganize our whole fee process for those things. Right now, the price for a wedding gives you set up the day before, the day of the wedding and clean up the next day is $2,500. We're still about $1,000 under the nearest venue. We're doing that on purpose right now to get the exposure, to get the people in. You don't want to go price matching with Purple Iris and with Poorhouse right now. They have more facility, they have better facilities than we have, and if we can offer someone a little cheaper and pull that away and be able to get more and more weddings, as we book them, we've already spoke about how next year we'll up it a little more and work at it to get into a price match once we're a well-known location.
Well, plus, I imagine your venue would be completely different than the others anyway.
We are.
I mean, I'm sure people's gonna want a little bit more of a training enthusiast.
Sometimes, some of them are just looking for the industrial look.
Uh-huh.
You know, not necessarily trained. Sometimes it is a train. Sometimes it's just that
Industrial
older
look.
building, industrial setting. You know,
Right. I guess the atmosphere is gonna be different than
Right.
the others.
Right. And the more it's out there, it's a word of mouth thing. We did just bring in a young lady who is working with us on the weddings. Before we had the volunteers spring and Mike, and they'd have to sit there for 3 days every time we had a wedding. If they were out of town, we had to try to find somebody else to sit there, because as you know, we don't have an employee. We don't have any employees. We just have us volunteers who are there, and board members. And, you know, most of the board members, there's one or two of us that really are able to do things or whatnot, you know. Sometimes your help is in how much you pay it, and if you're not paying anything, it's hard to find it out. So this young lady has agreed to come on. She designs and makes wedding dresses and things, and so she came to me about some other things, and we talked, and so now we as a board agreed to give her $250 off each wedding. We upped the price, but we're giving her $250 off each wedding, and she does a full consultation with the people. You know, somebody calls her wedding, now we have a professional who knows weddings, who knows the ins and outs. She can link them with other people to rent things, you know, at different places, decorations and all that. And it's more of a professional atmosphere, and we're not having to have a full-time employee per se. She just does the weddings. So I think that's a win-win for us, that she's already booked 6 weddings for the fall on top of what we had, people walking in, and I think that's just going to continue to grow. And that's something that's in the Roundhouse itself. Now, if you go to the bridge shop, we're diligently working there to get that to be an operating model that will bring us money every day of the week, hopefully. We've got this grant. We could get that. The plan downstairs is still to try to bring in the market and do it like the Capital Market in Charleston. That's what we want to do on the lower floor. We have a working model. We have the paperwork drawn up, prices per square foot and everything. We're going to start reaching out to people when we know we're getting closer to getting that work done, to get the concrete done, to get the elevator and steps. And honestly, the elevator and steps aren't as important as the concrete and the heating and air in the basement. Once that's done, we could start selling square footage for a marketplace and actually have an income that's constantly coming in to help start paying for other repairs and to make this place a fully functional year-round facility.
Right.
And then, of course, hoping to team up with the trails and that sort of thing, and maybe put a depot in there for bicycles and make that a hub of trails. But that's something I'm working with your new employee with, Matt. I'm sure you all are very familiar with all that. So that's kind of where we're at, and really today all I did was come to ask for the insurance money again, because COVID, you know, kicked our butt like everybody else's. We weren't able to do our big events. We weren't able to do some of the weddings. You know, tours were minimal because you just don't have more traffic and things going on this past year.
All right.
That's where we're at.
Anybody have any questions for Steve?
Was the bathroom signed off? I know there were some problems with it.
We had a final walkthrough with the state yesterday. We've been battling the fire marshal. We should be getting a signed off real soon. Basically, they're saying that they need strobes and horns in the bathrooms. They weren't on the plans. According to code, they're not needed. According to the Martinsburg Fire Marshal, they're needed. So it's a battle between Alpha and the fire marshal, and now they did a change order where it's going to be $1,300 to put the horns and strobes in, and I guess we're, as the Roundhouse, are going to eat that and pay for it. So I hope to get it signed off. But another thing they didn't have in the plans.
Leave that fast.
What's that?
I said, I don't know if I could leave that fast if there was a fire.
I mean, the bathrooms are
Yeah, they
250 square
would.
feet, you know, I think you'd go.
How many
depth-
square feet?
Like 250 each.
And-
I think you'd go depth.
Well,
if
and,
they were-
and it is code, so if
The
there's,
code says if the building is only one floor and separate and apart from the main building, then they're not needed. Alpha had the
the
code.
bathroom is not included in the main building,
No, it's not touching.
I think you're right. It shouldn't have to.
Right. Well, that's what Alpha's thing from their international code stuff, whatever it is, says. But fire marshal hasn't showed me any code. They just said it has to be in there.
Is the bathroom sprinkled?
Yes. Yes. The sprinkler, the whole sprinkler system is on the back side of the bathroom thing, and it goes into the building. But that was another issue. There was supposed to be a pull by the new doors because we did get new glass doors on the back going out to those bathrooms. And there's supposed to be a pull station next to the doors. Well, at least that door in the drawing. They put the pull station inside where the pump station is, and are refusing to move. So that's all been part of the issue. And the fire marshal's saying, well, one pool's still in enough, you need strobes and horns in this building, and pulls at every door. And then Alpha's saying, well, we were just putting the sprinklers in there, pulls and strobes are separate from the sprinkler system. It's above my pay grade. I've tried to understand. I don't. It's been a constant back and forth. We were just hoping to go ahead and get the pulls and the strobes in the main building put in with this new grant that we got. You know, it's been a constant battle. You're getting ready to join us though. Maybe you could help me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I'm at on that. You know, and I know the fire marshals, and I've talked to them, and it's just.
Who did the whole
Mr.
run?
Holman King.
Huh?
Mr. Holman King. And the main guy wasn't available. And so they sent Mr. Holman, who's now, he does other counties, but he came to fill it in. And he just kept insisting that we needed horns and strobes in the back. And clearly we need them in the building if we're going to go above the occupancy that we have. We already had occupancy in the building, and now they're saying we don't have any occupancy because there's sprinklers and no pools and horns. None of it makes sense to me. You know, I know if you don't have sprinklers, you can have up to 300 people in the building, no matter how big the building. If you have sprinklers, you're supposed to be able to go up to what the square footage is. But they're saying since there's no strobes and horns, we can't go up to what it is, which I get that. But as for the bathrooms themselves, according to the code thing that Alpha showed me, they're not required. And they weren't
I don't think they are, but if it's sprinkled, I think you have to have them.
So people don't get wet or something.
So that they know why the water's coming down on their head. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think that is code. If it's sprinkled, it's supposed to have.
But they did a change order, and it's $1,300. We're going to vote Wednesday in our meeting to pay that, or hopefully they vote to pay that. I know several people on board don't want to. They think it's Alpha's fault, and that Alpha should pay for it. Maybe we have $1,300. If this is going to get it done, and we can get it use and occupancy. I mean,
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
yeah, can't get everything for free, right?
All right. Anybody have any questions? Any additional questions? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate your consideration.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought I had my phone off.
Hmm?
I thought I had my phone off and stuff.
Sorry. All right, go ahead. Go ahead and recess this. Huh?
Till 4.
Well, I mean,
Break
close
us.
down. We're back in session. Mr. Barnhart, you do the honors.
You ready? Mr. President, I move to recess.
We are recessed.